Hello, everyone. I believe you can hear me. Good morning, good evening, wherever you are around the world. And I would like to welcome you to .NET Conference Pakistan. Uh, I'm really excited to be here on this 10th anniversary of .NET Conference and the .NET 5 launch. My name is Abdurrahman Aftab, and I am the principal software engineer at Datenscare and also working as a president at Code Movement Pakistan. So congratulations everyone on a great release and 10 years of this virtual conference. It's been an incredible journey to get where we are today, and we couldn't have done it without our .NET community. So congratulations to everyone in the community and all around the world. So here are just a few memories that we have shared over the years from the first MVC conference with Scott Guthrie and then ASP conference. So Scott Guthrie is the one in the red shirt in the first picture, if you can see. Uh, then we have named it as ASP conference, and then we have expanded it and renamed it to the .NET conference. It has evolved into the largest conference, or you can say the largest virtual conference on the planet. And we have multiple sessions for you this year with wonderful, awesome speakers from all around the community, and we have also some international speakers as well. And we have and the best of all, we have the .NET 5 available today. So thank you so much for joining us, and I would like to also thank you, our partners, sponsors, and specifically Code Movement Pakistan and Datamscare for giving us the opportunity to speak with you all in this conference. So thank you so much. So this is the conference at a glance. A brief agenda about the conference. So we'll be having a keynote and from for around 45 minutes, and then we'll be having a few sessions until 1:45 p.m. 1:45 p.m. Pakistan time, and then we'll be having a 15 minutes break. And after that break, we'll be having some more awesome sessions until 4 p.m. and then we'll be having closing notes. So I'm pleased to announce the general availability of .NET 5. So .NET 5 is basically the next version of .NET Core, where we continue to expand the .NET platform, and we continue the journey of unifying the .NET platform. Our vision for One.NET is a unified set of libraries, tools, SDKs, and runtime. .NET 5 began this with talking everything available in .NET Core and adding several cloud and web investments, such as smaller, faster single file apps that use less memory, which are appropriate for microservices and containerized application across operating systems. So ASP.NET Blazor WebAssembly, which allows you to write web UI in C# that runs completely in your own browser, just like JavaScript and other JS frameworks like Angular and Vue. Also, uh, so basically, Blazor uses the core BCL instead of Mono, further unifying the platform so developers can write code instead of the same base class libraries across all the workloads. And .NET 5 also embraces full Swagger support and makes it much easier to create testable, compatible web APIs via OpenAPI. .NET 5 includes full design time support for Windows desktop development, WinForms and WPF in Visual Studio, with first and third party control support like Telerik UI are also available for WinForms and WPF in .NET 5. Then we also have the click once support and side-by-side single file deployment. We'll be having a demo on that as well. How you can create a single click once single file, single standalone file for which you can distribute to your connections and friends. There is also many runtime performance improvement support for Windows ARM64 and new releases of language such as C# 9.0 and F# 5.0. And a huge thank you to all the contributors that have made an incredible improvements to the .NET 5 release. Hundreds of thousands of contributors. In the fact, let me show you something real quick. So if you can open up this page, .NET So you can see we have all the releases of .NET and .NET Core as well. So if I, for example, go into .NET 5, you'll be able to see all the contributors in here that contributed to .NET 5 specifically to this release. So these are based on every release or every build, you can say. So whatever the release you see, for example, Preview 8 has 1929 contributors, around 2000. So a huge thank you to all of you to make this .NET 5 very successful. And we are also seeing significant growth in the .NET ecosystem. And here is a few data points I always like to share. Note that we have now reached over 2 million .NET developers using .NET Core. And .NET Core has been ranked #1 in 2 years in a row that as the most loved framework from the Stack Overflow developer survey. So there is also a foundation known as Cloud Native Community Computing Foundation (CNCF) that tracks the highest velocity projects on all of the GitHub, which they measure by the rate at which pull requests and issues comes in, and how many of those pull requests are accepted, and how many of those issues are resolved. And both .NET and ASP.NET projects are in the top 30. .NET ranks in the top 10 in the fact. So speaking of GitHub, C# is in the top 5 languages, and which is an indicator of a healthy open source ecosystem. And I am extremely proud of our work performance for ASP.NET Core that ranks in #1 in those benchmarks. I'll take a little bit more about that in a minute. And lastly, we continue to see a large part of new users downloading .NET, identifying as students in our download survey, which gets thousands of responses a week. So that's basically a huge success for .NET. For .NET ecosystem. So let's talk more about the .NET adoption. So there are over 5 million monthly active developers in the Visual Studio family, and the Visual Studio family includes Visual Studio, Visual Studio Code, and Visual Studio for Mac. As I mentioned before, we have seen a significant growth with .NET Core and our open source cross-platform .NET, and it is now surpassed 2 million active developers per month. We are also seeing a significant number of Windows desktop developers, 200,000 move to .NET Core from .NET Framework, and we expect that to accelerate with .NET 5 as well, as we have a huge number of improvements and SDKs and tooling support for .NET 5, including Telerik. This is super exciting that this number this is the first time of this number. First time, also super exciting is the first time developers we're seeing in use. So first time developers we are seeing that tries to use .NET Core or .NET 5 instead of .NET Framework. So this is a huge success for the .NET community as well. And we continue to see about 2 million deployments per month to Linux from Visual Studio. So .NET has a rich ecosystem of partners building additional tools and controls to help you build beautiful full-featured applications faster. We have many partners releasing support for Blazor, WinForms, WPF on .NET Core in their tools and controls today as well, and SyncFusion, Radzone, Progress, Telerik, Infragistics, Grape City, etc., etc. These are all our great partners that have tools available right now for .NET 5. So you can download these tools today from their own websites or from the NuGet packages. They're available right now. So we also want to call out specific open source projects that had big impact making the .NET 5 release awesome, as well as those projects that are built on .NET 5 today. Of course, there are many more .NET open source projects under the .NET Foundation that makes the .NET ecosystem a great place to be. So thank you to all those partners and that are contributing to .NET 5. So developers running critical services in production greatly depend on performance, both for a positive user experience and for cost and energy savings. That's why we have always made performance a top priority for .NET 5. So according to the Tech Empower, an independent open source set of web performance benchmarks that measure dozens of languages and application frameworks, .NET has the fastest web framework on the planet, and we are number one on the plain text test for around 19 for .NET Core 3.1 and RHEL, and number 3 on Linux, which is faster than C Sharp, Java, and Go. So these are some of the stats from Tech Empower, and you can also see in the link given below or on the Tech Empower websites. So .NET 5 will be even faster in round 20, and not just that plain text benchmarks, we mirror the exact same hardware as Tech Empower and monitor a dashboard constantly with the results from all the tests. All the tests they perform, we predict we have significant performance improvements in many other areas as well. And we are seeing our internal JSON benchmarks now beating NET, that which is a part of Java, and as well as seeing a 400,000 requests per second on the Fortune test, beating the best Go framework out there. So the .NET 5 has huge performance improvements comparative to other languages and also comparative to .NET Core 3.1. So take a look at some of these details here on and that depicts how we continue our investments in performance all the way up and down from down the stack. So we have improved .NET 5 by 30% in socket performance on Linux over .NET Core 3.1. JSON serialization performance improved around 19% on over .NET Core 3.1. Serialization of largest collections and arrays improved three times, and now zero allocation gRPC servers performance exceeds Go, C++, and Java as measured by the community run benchmark. So if you want to go into results of these benchmarks, there is a link given below, right here. Sorry, right here. So let's talk more about desktop development and WinForms and WPF. So we know there are millions of Windows desktop application developers out there that are written many years ago, that are still business critical today and are being actively developed. So we want to make sure these apps not only run on the latest .NET but can also be developed with the latest version of Visual Studio. So that's why we have worked to bring these workloads of workloads to .NET Core and now to .NET 5. We already have over 200,000 Windows developers moved from .NET Framework to .NET Core. With .NET 5, we have completed this work by bringing the full Visual Studio development experience to you, including third-party control, component vendors you may be using today, and click once installer support. By moving forward, these apps can get all the benefits of .NET 5, like for example, self-contained single files (exes) that do not need .NET frameworks on the machine. So you decide when you want to update, not the Windows operating system. You can also use the new modern Windows 10 controls like WebView 2, a modern browser control based on Microsoft Edge. So if you have run the new Microsoft Edge, which is a Chromium based, so you can run full-fledged edge controls in the WebView 2 in WinForms and WPF applications using .NET 5. So let me show you uh, in really quick in Visual Studio how you can I'll create a if you want to create a new project for example Windows Forms, I'll go with click on create new project and just type in here WinForms. So here you'll see we have .NET Framework as well as WinForms app for .NET as well. So if you want to go with .NET 5, just click on the .NET one, click Next, give your application a name, NET Conf 2020, and click WinForms, click Create. So WinForms application can target .NET Core 3.1 as well as .NET 5. It's totally up to you if you want to go with .NET Core 3.1. If you have any previous application running in .NET Core 3.1 and you want to continue with that, we have the LTS support for .NET Core 3.1 as well. So if you quickly go into the properties, uh, like my machine is running slow. So on the target framework, you can see you have .NET 5 available in here if you have .NET 5 SDK installed on your machine. So let me show you the CS project, CS proj file for this WinForms application. So you see we have target framework which is .NET 5 dash Windows, and you use WinForms as true, and the output type will be WinExe. And how you can how you can publish your application as using the click on support. Just click on project, right click on the project and click publish. If you want to deploy an Azure or Docker container registry or a folder, I'll go with the folder, and you'll see here the click once support available for .NET 5 as well. And in here, you see the deployment mode. It is framework dependent. So I can go with framework dependent, or I can click on self-contained. So self-contained means everything will be included in the published folder that you will be creating today. And you can also target the runtime, which will be x86 or 64 or ARM-based processes. And then you can also create a single file, and so everything will be compressed into a single file that you can share into your networks, and it will run your application like a charm. So this is a huge support in .NET 5 for WinForms application and also the WPF application. So let's talk more about mobile development. Oops, sorry. There you go. Xamarin Forms 5 is coming out later this year with tons of features like the new APIs for brushes, shapes, and paths, letting you draw beautiful custom cross-platform UIs for Android, iOS, and Windows. So there is a better than ever XAML support with better intelligence and the new data binding diagnostic features. And Hot Reload has been rebuilt from the ground up using the same tech that WPF and UWP uses, giving you the fast, consistent experience no matter what you are developing for. So if you're developing for iOS or Android or Windows-based application, so you have Hot Reload support available. So as you change the code, you will see the change directly into your emulator or your mobile devices instantly. So you can get started building cross-platform Xamarin applications right now with just an iPhone and a PC. You don't need a Mac to build an iPhone application. And let's talk about Visual Studio improvements. So Visual Studio has a huge productivity improvements for Rosalind, and as Rosalind analyzers are now included in .NET 5 SDK. Intelligence completion for date time and time span and inline parameter name hints are also available in Visual Studio for .NET 5. With IntelliCode with IntelliCode team completions, you can train a custom model on your C# code base and get started contextual completion suggestions for your own types. And we also have the new Git experiences built in Visual Studio 2019 in 16.8 version that is available today, and 16.9 preview is also available today. Just go to visualstudio.com and or .net.microsoft.com, and you can just download it there. And we have also support for Linux debugging. You can debug managed Linux code dump directly into Visual Studio. .NET Core debugging with WSL2 using the Linux distros of your choice are also available and are currently in preview. XAML experience and XAML binding failures diagnostic improvements are available. XAML hot reload supports for UWP applications, and also Android and iOS applications are also available. Also, we have GitHub Action support available in Visual Studio. It is currently in preview, but you can go and have a shot, and let's experience how GitHub Actions are integrated in Visual Studio. So you can generate a GitHub Actions workflow from within Visual Studio for your ASP.NET Core applications. Web and cloud development. So .NET 5 includes support for building full stack .NET web applications with Blazor server and Blazor WebAssembly or WASM. Blazor WASM apps now use the core framework libraries from .NET 5, giving access to the entire .NET 5 API surface area. Runtime performance in Blazor WebAssembly is two to three times faster than in Visual Studio than in the previous release. Blazor WebAssembly also now supports server-side pre-rendering and lazy loading of the app dependencies. Other new Blazor features include support for component virtualization, CSS isolation, JavaScript isolations, capturing JavaScript object references, new components for radio button groups and file inputs, setting the UI focus, and many other improvements are also available in the Blazor WebAssembly that is available today in Visual Studio 16.8. Also, uh, let me do a quick demo for Blazor WebAssembly. So if I go in File, New Project, you'll see a Blazor application right in here. Just go with, click on this, click Next. I'll go with this one, and with the default name is fine with me. And you'll see both Blazor Server and Blazor WebAssembly and .NET 5 is also available in for Blazor as well. So if you go with Blazor Server app, you will be it will create a Blazor server, and if you go with WebAssembly application, it will create a WebAssembly application, and you can also check if it will be ASP.NET Core hosted, and if it will be progressive web application or PWA. Just click on create, and it will just take a few moments and create a Blazor application that will run totally on your client side machines. So I click on PWA. So it generates a service worker.js file for me. So this file is basically the file that is making it the PWA application. Uh, yeah, there you go. So this is the file that is already created, and it will create a PWA this application a PWA, and you can install it independently on your local machines. Let me run it and see if it builds. Uh, you can just click it and click on install. It will install the standard application. Let's talk more about uh, and available uh, uh, just in a while. So .NET 5 is also available on Azure App Service. Azure App Service teams have worked tirelessly together throughout the .NET 5 timeline to make sure ASP.NET developers have access to the latest bits of .NET 5 runtime on day zero. This means that as soon as you can download .NET 5 and get started building apps, uh, uh, with it, you can deploy those .NET 5 apps to Azure App Service using Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code, and you will have a full support for deploying .NET 5 application into App Service using GitHub Actions as well. So let's talk about Project I. So what Project I is? So Project I basically is all about making it easier and faster to build, debug, and deploy microservices. So service discovery via configuration conventions. Uh, uh, for example, run multiple projects at the same time, automatically handles connections to each other. For example, ports and URLs. So it will take care of all your services into one platform. And you can also add dependencies, for example, Redis without writing the Docker files. Oops. Just hold on. Let me. Something happened with my monitor. Let me just quickly resolve it. So I hope my screen is visible again. Yeah. Um, yeah. Sorry for the inconvenience. Let me just quickly resume from Project I. So we're talking about Project I. And so with Project I, you can add service discoveries via configuration conventions, and you can also run multiple projects at the same time. And Project I can automatically handle connection to each of the to each other, the port and URLs. So you can also add dependencies using, for example, Redis without writing Docker files. And you can also run and debug locally using containers and Kubernetes. So local dashboards for logs, metrics, etc. are also available, and that can Dockerize and deploy your services to the AKS. So going forward, our vision for One.NET is to simplify the platform and choices for .NET. .NET developers and provide a single stack that supports the best of breed solutions for all modern workloads. So last year we shared a broader vision of singular .NET stack and ecosystem. We are happy to report that we now have the foundation in place that delivers the vision in .NET 6.0, and we'll continue to unify the platform in the next wave of the releases. We are moving towards a single SDK, one set of the base class libraries, and the unified toolchain. And other than this, you saw today that uh, uh, with Blazor in .NET 5 now uses the .NET Core libraries instead of the mono libraries. Will deliver cross-platform native UI with .NET MAUI, cross-platform web UI, and many more cloud-native enhancements. We will also always continue to improve speed, size, and fundamentals of the platform. And .NET will always run best on Azure. So you will continue to see a wave of innovations happenings with multiple previews along the way on the journey to one.NET. So we're super excited to release .NET 5.0 today. Going forward, we'll release a major version every November. Long-term supports releases will land every other year, and on even number releases, for example, .NET 6 will support the long-term support. And predictable releases helps everyone, not only the businesses that uses .NET, but also the open source projects that are built upon .NET. So go get it today. .NET 5 is available right now. Just go on .NET/get-.NET 5. And if you install Visual Studio 2019 16.8 update, it will automatically install .NET 5 uh, update today. .NET 5 SDK today. And with that, I would like to call uh, Rahil. Are you available?
Okay, so we have been muting and talking for last 9 months now, since COVID arrived. Yeah.
So over to you, Rahil. Let's talk more about Code Movement Pakistan and what's an update and what are we looking into the future.
All right, so I hope you can see me and hear me as well, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so am I supposed to be showing my screen as well, or I'll just be
Uh,
talking?
i- if you want to show your screen, it will be good. Or if you want to see my screen, that will be good as well.
Okay, that is fine. Let's move on without screen share. So, welcome everybody to .NET Conf 2020. We are a bit late on it, so doing it in 2021, but at least it is here. So we are doing this .NET Conf thing with collaboration with Code Movement Pakistan and .NET Foundation. A little bit introduction about Code Movement Pakistan. We started this thing back in 2013. This will going to be 8th year in a row now that we are continuously doing these type of conferences and technical training events and learning events for absolutely free. So what Code Movement Pakistan is in the first place, it's a not-for-profit platform. It's not a typical kind of an NGO that you find around here, but it's a non-for-profit platform that is solely working on a volunteer basis for the awareness of coding and technology in Pakistan. Uh, we are actually striving to unleash the true potential of it in especially Pakistan, for the students, for fresh graduates, and for the people who are working in this industry for so many years and still they do not know how beautiful this industry is, what is its present, what will going to be its future, and how lucrative their careers could be, and how they can change lives of others. So this is what we are doing. We are doing this for past 7 years. It's will going to be in eighth year, 2021, and we have done lots of events during this time. We have been collaborating with Microsoft for different events. I'll give you a few examples. We have done global Azure day events with Microsoft. We have done Microsoft Visual Studio launch events. We are doing this .NET Conf in collaboration with .NET Foundation. We have done 5 annual technical conferences, QA meetups, weekly code jam, other Drupal and WordPress, and these kind of open source events. We have done lots of trainings on JavaScript platforms like React, Vue, Angular. We've been doing it for last 5-6 years now. doing on Doing a lot on project management, Agile, and Scrum. We have undertaken Python and data science and big data trainings. Then we have trainer program where we have trained a whole big bunch of trainers from across different cities in Pakistan. And right now, 3 different regional chapters, Lahore, Karachi, and Islamabad, are operational right now. And fourth one in Faisalabad is in process, and it will be up and operational in, let's say, 2-3 more months, inshallah. So this is what we have done in past 8 years, and we definitely have plans to go forward and do a lot bigger things than what we have been doing. We are launching an ambassador program shortly, so I'd like to everybody to buckle their belts, and if they want to lead the communities in their regions, in their schools, so they should definitely come up and join the team and be an ambassador of Code Movement Pakistan and start serving the goodness around themselves. Uh, this is one thing that is coming up shortly in future, and then there's a big, everybody talks about it, and there's a big gap in academia and industry, right? So we have been hearing this a lot for years now, but the point is whether somebody's doing anything about it or not. So yes, we have been doing this for the last 7 years, 8 years now, but we are trying to come up with a better arsenal, uh, definitely this year, and we are thinking to come up with substitute the degree programs, this traditional what you say, education system for technology around here in Pakistan. It's not really working out for us, so we need people with better skill sets, and definitely we cannot wait for 4 years for somebody to come up. Can I share my screen for a second, Abdurrahman, if you allow
Yeah,
me?
sure, sure, sure. Why not?
I have something special for people here. So let me share my screen.
Meanwhile, Rahil, we do have a suggestion from Abu Ali Muhammad Sharjil. So he says we should also try to highlight open source projects from Pakistan to motivate local developers towards open source.
Oh, definitely, yeah. So I would like to mention there is another platform, another community that is from one of our brothers, called OSFP. So they're doing a lot on open source. That is an open source foundation of Pakistan. They're doing a lot on open source. So I think they're doing good job on it. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so what if I show you guys this slide? Right. So what does it say? Elon Musk says that a college degree isn't required for a job in Tesla. So Elon Musk is the guy who just became the world's richest guy around. Now he's back on the second place, but he's one of the most richest guys on the planet. And Apple is the first trillion-dollar company. Google, Netflix, these are all giants, and they do not require employees to have 4-year degrees either. So having this thing coming up for us, even if it is not in Pakistan right now, but in next couple of years it will be here. Apple said a couple of years ago, Tim Cook, their CEO, they said that almost 50% of their fresh hirings, they lack 4 years traditional degree. So for this industry, degree is not a demand now. We need substitute skill sets, we need substitute programs in order to train our developers and technology enthusiasts, and we definitely cannot wait for 4 years for guys and they come up with a traditional skill set that do not even 90% of that, 95% of that do not even get used in the industry and in their jobs. So we are working on that, and we have plans to come up with it within this year, hopefully in next couple of months, if I'm not exaggerating. So this is what we are working on right now. These are two things in pipeline, and we are we are looking forward towards bigger giants like Microsoft, like Google, that with them we have worked before, and we have plans to move forward. Uh, if you guys are listening to me, if you know me, we have conducted DevCon, annual developer conference in December, and Scott Hanselman, the big guy, he was a part of the conference. He gave a tech talk in there. Today we'll have a niche nail. So these big guys are joining conferences. We are bringing them here in Pakistan for the listeners and technology enthusiasts in Pakistan. So that is our future. I won't take much of your time. So if you see any question, Abdul Rahman, you can defer them to me, and I'll be happy to answer.
I think that's good for now. No further questions so far, but we'll keep sharing the questions as soon as we have them. Thanks, Rahid.
All right. Thank you.
So let's talk more about what .NET Foundation is and what's an update from our side from .NET for .NET Foundation. So the .NET Foundation is basically our center of gravity for open development and collaboration around the .NET ecosystem. And the .NET Foundation has over 100 projects and hundreds of repos under its stewardship. So open source software foundations provide production support, services, and best practices for helping each of the projects to be successful and to grow the ecosystem of the people and software. So if you want to learn more, just go to .NETfoundation.org and you'll see everything about us. So .NET is more than just the platform. It's also the community and the ecosystem of open source projects. And the .NET Foundation is here to foster that ecosystem and make sure it not only survives, but flourishes. The foundation performs many functions from legal and project services to mentoring and running events. Like today we are partnering with Code Movement Pakistan to run this .NET Foundation, .NET conference in Pakistan. So this is one of the example that I would like to share with you guys. So just go to .NETfoundation.org, or if you want to go into our repo, go to github.com/.NET-foundation. And we are basically a huge community, and the .NET Foundation is the key to help foster it. We have over 5 million .NET developers worldwide, and .NET has grown its developer base by 1 million over the last year. So there are meetups all over the world that speak on all sort of .NET topics, like we are here today, and application development, and we have also seen a lot of growth in membership as well. So here are the ones on meetup.com. So these are some of the stats that I would like to share from meetup.com and the growth uh, that we have experienced from year over year. So we also want to call out specific open source projects that had a big impact, making the .NET 5 release awesome. And we also, as well as those projects that are built on .NET 5 today. And of course, there are many more open source projects under the .NET Foundation that make the .NET ecosystem a great place. So thank you to all of you, and thank you to all the partners. So some of the corporate sponsors for .NET Foundation includes AWS, DevExpress, Microsoft, Octopus Deploy, and Project Telerik. So the corporate sponsors of the .NET Foundation are helping guide .NET into the future, and together with our industry partners. So I think the key point is that we are going to introduce a corporate member very shortly to enable us to scale, and we can hire people to do X, Y, Z for the for member projects. So if you want to become a member, let me share how you can be a member. So and what a member is. So as a member, you can partake in ongoing discussions, vote on board of directors, directly help with one of the many action groups, and more. By providing a forum, influential contacts, a passionate community, consolidated resources, funds, we provide a unified place where you can influence the .NET ecosystem in the variety of ways. So we solve problems you care about, and we care about your opinion. So as Rahil already mentioned, the guy Scott Hanselman. So he's also the part and member of .NET Foundation and the core team of .NET. So he's one of the example of the members that we have in the .NET Foundation. So I won't take much more of your time. And so if you want to ask questions, just use YouTube chat window, and we'll be getting those questions and getting them answered from the speaker. So are you ready to have fun and learn new stuff? Yes. And so sit back, relax, and enjoy the conference. Thank you so much for having me. And that is all from my side. So after this, we have Shafqat Farhan. He is the senior software engineer at Datamscare IT Services, and he will be talking about on Blazor. So over to you, Shafqat.
Hello everyone and assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So I'll be talking about the Blazor client side versus server side. Um, First of all, thank you for giving me opportunity to be a part of .NET Conf, and I'm very pleased to be the part of this. So without wasting any further time, let's quickly review our agenda. So first of all, we will be discussing the Microsoft Blazor and what is it. After that, we will see that the two different hosting models of Blazor, the client side and the server side. Then, of course, we will see the code and the performance demo. And at the end, we will have a session of Q&A. So I'll try to answer as much as I can. Okay, so before we discuss what is Blazor and why should we use it, let's take a step back and understand how we develop web applications today. So we have server-side languages, we have client-side languages, you can say client-side frameworks. So for server-side, we use C#, Java, PHP, and different frameworks for client-side, the Angular, React, and Vue, etc. So there is no doubt that these JavaScript frameworks dominated client-side development up until recently. I would say that to stay in the business as a developer and remain competitive, it's inevitable that we learn both server-side programming languages and a client-side programming language. But a question is, why should we learn two sets of programming languages and frameworks? So this is a question. So can't we use C# for both server-side and client-side development? On the server side and client side? So the answer is yes, and that is why exactly why should we use Blazor and why should we learn it. So we can now build interactive web UIs using C# instead of JavaScript. C# code can be executed both on the server side and in the client browser. uh, I would say that this means existing .NET developers can reuse their C# skills rather than learning you can say new JavaScript frameworks and worrying about their huge learning curve. Uh, but at this point, you might be thinking, browser understand and execute only JavaScript. So how can we execute C# code in the client browser? So for that, the answer is WebAssembly. So Blazor can like run C# code directly in the browser using WebAssembly. Uh, it runs in the same security sandbox just like any other frameworks, Angular, React, Vue, etc. So we not only C sharp, in fact, we can run any type of code in browser using WebAssembly. So WebAssembly is based on open web standards, and it is native part of all the modern browsers, including even mobile browsers. So this means that for the Blazor application to work in the client browser, there is no need to install any a third party or special plugin like back in the day of Silverlight and Flash. Okay, so now we will discuss the hosting models, the Blazor hosting models that offers us two hosting models. One is the Blazor WebAssembly, and the other one is Blazor Server. So let's talk about Blazor WebAssembly first, and this is also called the client-side hosting model. And in this model, the application runs like directly in the browser using the WebAssembly. So everything the application needs, for example, the compiled application code itself, its dependencies, and especially the .NET runtime that we need to execute any C# application, are downloaded to the browser. So we need everything in the browser to work with the Blazor WebAssembly and to execute the C# code. So we use I will show you in a couple of minutes that we use the Blazor WebAssembly app template to create a Blazor application with the Visual Studio 2019. So yes, we will see this in action after a few minutes. After that, the Blazor server. This is also called the server hosting model. And in this model, this application is executed not on the client end, but on the server side and from within an ASP.NET Core application. But between the client and the server, a signal connection is established. Uh, Continuous signal connection is established when an event, like for example, client click on a button. So the information about this event is sent back to the server over this signal connection, and the server handles the event, and for the generated HTML, a difference is calculated. So it's not the entire HTML that is sent back to the client. It is only the difference that is sent back to the client over the established signal connection. So the browser then updates the UI. The difference is updated on the UI because the Blazor in general embraces the single page application architecture. So which you can say rewrites the same page dynamically in response to the user action. So since only the difference is applied to update the UI, the application feels faster, like more responsive to the user. So we use same Blazor server app template to create Blazor application with this server hosting model. We will create both the hosting models and discuss the pros and cons in a while. Okay, so quickly let's discuss that what we need to use Blazor. We need .NET Core SDK 3.1 or later. We can use IDE like Visual Studio 2019. We can also use Visual Studio Code, or at the end we can use .NET Core CLI to create Blazor applications. So the boring stuff gone, and let's create our first Blazor project. In fact, we will create two Blazor projects, one with the server side hosting and the other with the client side hosting. And then we will run both the projects and see the differences in where and how they execute. And along the way, we will understand the difference between the two hosting models and the pros and the cons of each. So uh, let me let's flip out the Visual Studio. I have Visual Studio 2019. Okay, so I'll create a new project. Here you will see this, let me highlight it, Blazor app template, and you will click on it. If you don't see it, you can search it in this text box, and after that you will click on the next and give it a meaningful name. So first, let's create a Blazor server application, and since we want both of the application under the same solution, so let's change the solution name and make it Blazor application or Blazor app. Okay, so here we have templates, the Blazor server app template and the Blazor WebAssembly app template. And before that, we need to check that what is the latest version we have. So as we know that for the Blazor app, we need the .NET Core 3.1 or later. So I will select the latest version, and then we will select the Blazor server app and continue. Okay, so there we go. The project is created. At the moment, we just have a single project, and that is the Blazor server. Let's also create the Blazor WebAssembly project. So right click on the solution, click on add and new project. We will select the same Blazor app and we will say it Blazor WebAssembly. And this time we will select the Blazor WebAssembly template and we will create it. Okay, so both of the projects are created. So let's select both of the project in startup so that we can run both of the project in parallel. And for that, we need to right click on the solution and click on set startup projects. And we will choose this option. And from the drop down, we will select start for both of the project, apply, and okay. So let's run both of the project. It will compile and run. Okay, so it stopped somehow. Let me start it again. Okay, so I hope both of the models, hosting models, you can see, like here we have the Blazor WebAssembly hosting model, and here you can see the Blazor server model. So let's discuss the Blazor WebAssembly hosting model first. You can see that for the both of the hosting models, we have the same sample project. Like we have counter. If you click on this, you can see that it's increasing the count value. And then we have a weather forecast. This is a sample values for or the weather forecast. And same with the Blazor server, you have the counter and the fetch data. So we are getting same sample project for both the Blazor server and the Blazor WebAssembly. Okay, so let's talk about the Blazor WebAssembly first. So the application, I would say the application runs directly in the browser on the WebAssembly. So everything the application needs, that is the compiled application, its dependencies, and in the .NET RAM are downloaded, runtime downloaded to the client browser from the server. So for that, let us open the developer tools and make sure that you are in the network, and let us clear everything and reload the page. Okay, so there you go, and you can see that many DLLs and dependencies and the Blazor WebAssembly compiled code is downloaded to the client browser, and so this is the compiled code, and all the DLLs are dependencies, and you can see .NET WASM here. Let me find it for you. Like this is the .NET WASM is basically the WebAssembly. So everything is downloaded to the client machine. So uh, the Blazor WebAssembly application can run entirely on the client without a connection to the server, or we can like optionally configure it to interact with the server using web APIs, web API calls, or SignalR. You will notice the WebAssembly project has downloaded everything it needs to run offline in the browser without a connection to the server. We can see everything compiled code, the .NET WASM, the WebAssembly, and all the dependent .NET Core DLLs. And there is a lot that is downloaded from the server to the client browser. And on the other hand, take a look at the Blazor server. Let me open that. Okay, so if we go to the developer tools and in the network tab, let's clear all the things and reload the page. You will see that on the other hand, uh, the Blazor server project with this hosting model, the application is executed on server, we know. So every request that we issue on the Blazor server project typically involves a round trip to server. So that's why only the minimum essential things that are required by the application are downloaded from the server. So I think both of the models until now are clear. So let's go further. Okay, so we talk about the Blazor WebAssembly. We are having everything in the client browser from the server, and it can be run offline. And for the okay, so let's talk about the Blazor WebAssembly pros and cons. So a Blazor WebAssembly app can run entirely on the client machine, and we just saw that. So after the application is downloaded, a connection to the server is not required. This means there is no need for our server to be up and running 24/7. Plus, it is the client machine resources and capabilities that are being used. So we do not need a full-blown ASP.NET Core web server to run our application. So this means that we can host the application on our own server, on the internet somewhere in the cloud, or on Azure as a static website, or even on a CDN that is a content delivery network. So now let's talk about the downsides of the Blazor WebAssembly. The very first request takes longer because the entire app, its dependencies, and the runtime uh, must be downloaded from the server. And keep it in mind that only the first request that takes longer, only the first request that takes longer than usual. If the same client visit the application later, it usually run faster because the browser caches the files. So it's only the first request that takes very longer. So since the app runs entirely in the client browser, it is restricted to the capabilities of browser. Depending on the nature of the application, capable client hardware and software is required. For example, for the software's endpoint, we can say that at least a browser with a WebAssembly support is required. Okay, so for the Blazor server, let's talk about the pros and the cons. You can see I will show you the performance demo. I have some applications that are already deployed and the code is already written. I will show you some of the applications, and we will compare that both of the hosting models. The initial time, WebAssembly is taking lots of initial time, whether instead of the Blazor server, and that is loading very much faster. So in this hosting model, the application is executed on the server. We know between the client and the server, a SignalR connection is established, and the browser updates the UI using that SignalR connection. And we know that the only difference is applied to the UI. So the application feels very faster and more responsive. So we can take full advantages of the server capabilities because everything is running on the server and it's returning the only generated difference HTML that should be updated on the UI, and all the clients needs is only a browser. I mean, even if the WebAssembly support is not there in the browser, the client can run the Blazor server application on their browser. Okay. So yes, more secure as the app code is not sent to the client. You can see that when we open the browser tool in the WebAssembly, we saw that we have many DLLs. So that is not like that secure because we can anybody can if he has a knowledge, some way he can decrypt the DLL and see what is going around. So in the Blazor server template, the app code is not sent to the client, so that is a very plus point for the Blazor app. Okay, so coming to the downsides, we need a ASP.NET Core server, and that should be up and running 24/7, and active connection is required, of course, because we need signal our connection between the client and the server. Okay, so every event has a round trip, so that's why we will expect a high latency due to a round trip to the server. And scalability can be challenged. Scalability, by scalability I mean, like for the signal R, we must have the server that can manage multiple users at a time. So for this, the Azure is offering a signal or Blazor for Blazor service, and we can use that service to increase our signal or concurrent connections, and we can apply that in our Blazor server. So that is a service that is provided by the Azure, and we can use them. Okay, so these are the pros and the cons, and for the WebAssembly and for the Blazor server. Now let me open the demos of the deployed applications, and after that we will have Q&A. Let me know if my screen is visible. Is it? Okay, I think now it is visible. So first, we have an application that is regarding COVID-19 compare, and this application is deployed on both the
Hey,
WebAssembly.
Shafat, sorry for interrupting. Can you try to stop and start sharing again? Your screen is currently not visible.
Okay, sure. Okay, so now can you see it?
Yes, we can. Thanks.
Okay, that's great. Okay, so we have some applications like I have two of the applications that are deployed both on the WebAssembly and on the server side. So first, there is an application that is regarding COVID-19, and we have some data for the COVID-19 across multiple countries. So let's open one of them. I will open both of the projects in parallel. Okay, so you see that the server side, the Blazor server project is rendered very fast, and the Blazor WebAssembly is still waiting, and now we can see it. Okay, so if we perform some operations like on the WebAssembly, like if I select the country, let us select the Pakistan. So, and let us click on the add, and let us do the same with the server side on add. Okay, so here you can see that we have loaded our first data and the web is responsive up until now. And what if I add some other country? Now see that the drop down is stuck for some moment, and if I add it, I even can't hover on the graph, and now it is responsive, but still it's stucking very. So basically every operation is performing in the client browser. So that's why it's the capability of the client browser, that how much faster he can perform, the browser can perform. So the WebAssembly is lacking in it. We can say that we can use some async methods to make the UI responsive, but for example, we are using some third-party application or third-party DLLs, then we cannot have access on that DLLs, and we cannot make it async to make the UI responsive. So for the heavy calculation, the WebAssembly is not so good, because it totally depends on the client browser capabilities. So same, if I see it here, you can see that I can hover on the graph, and if I add some other country, so it is not like stucking. I can easily hover on the graph, and meanwhile it is adding the Nepal country uh, on the screen. It's taking some time, but it's not like stacking the UI. So this is a first, you can say, the benefit of using the server on the WebAssembly, because everything, the heavy calculation is running on the server side, and then only the difference that is that we need to display will be here, and then the browser will updates the UI. So let me click on the add. I forget to click on the add, and let's see if we have the data. I don't know why it's not coming. Let's click some other country and click on the add. Let's see if we have some errors in console. Yes, we can see. So I don't know why their application is not responding right now, but still, what I was convincing was that the Blazor server application is good for the heavy calculation, and if you don't want to stack your UI, and if you want to use some third kind of DLLs, so we prefer to use Blazor server, and we don't prefer to use WebAssembly. But where we should use a WebAssembly, for example, I will give you an example that everyone know that when we use the Chrome, and suddenly the internet goes off, we see a game, a dinosaur game, and we can play it with it. So everything that can work offline, so for that we can use the Blazor WebAssembly. So for example, some games which includes very little calculation, some data entry work which we want to save in the user system, like some data entry, and then we export it in the CSV or something like that. So for everything that we want offline, and that does not have any complex calculations or heavy calculations, so for that the Blazor WebAssembly is good. Okay, so another thing that, let me show you for that. SEO purpose, we know that like in the React and Next.js, we see that people prefer server-side rendering to for the best of the SEO, because in the server-side rendering we have everything generated from the server, and then we display it on the client. So let's quickly show you the the view source of this. So I have opened the view source of Blazor WebAssembly, and you can see that we only see the app tag and only the loading. So to do the SEO of the Blazor WebAssembly, it will take time to come in the Google. So rather than doing it, so if I open the view source of the Blazor server, you see that we have everything in the view source. So everything that is rendered on the UI is also in the view source. So for the SEO purpose, the Blazor server is also good, but not the Blazor WebAssembly. So let me open the second application that is already deployed. I will not take much time, so I will only open this web app, and then we will have a Q&A if there is any. Okay, so the WebAssembly project is still loading, where we have the Blazor server app that is already loaded. So let's see the thing that I want to show you, and let's wait for the WebAssembly to load. Um, See, we have a drop down, and for every the superhero, we are calculating the prime number up to the nth power of that the hero. So if I click on the superhero, so it's because it's the Blazor server, so it's not stucking the UI. It's waiting, and it's then whenever the response is generated, it's giving the browser response, and it is rendering it on the right place. Same on the WebAssembly. If I do it the same like Superman, so you see the drop down is stuck. Okay, so now let me tell you that where the Blazor server is stucking. If I click on the create squares, this will create like 500 squares, SVGs. If I move the mouse, you see that it is not like following very fast, because it contains a round trip, and it is communicating with the server and then responding back to the client. Same if I click that create square here, so you will see that it's responding very fast, because everything is in the client browser, and it's responding very fast because it does not need a round trip to the server. So I think that's it from my side. Rahman, if there is some question that I can take, so let me know.
Yes, we have one question from Javed Akhtar. So, is Blazor server app is more resource hungry than MVC? Since WebAssembly is running on the server for each connected user, what is the best way to optimize Blazor server hosting model?
Yes, I would say that the Blazor is new, and I also researching for this, and this is a very great question, and I am looking for it. That I personally I would say that yes, the Blazor server app is more resource hungry, because we need active server connection for the client. But as we know that there are many services, like I have mentioned the Azure service, that are providing the signal or connections to the client, and if that is the thing that solving our issue, then I think the Blazor app is good for us to use.
Thank you. And I believe there are no further questions. So we are good for now. Thank you so much, Shafqat, for having a session
Thank you,
with us on Blazor.
thank you,
And
thank you so much. Bye.
have a good day. Bye.
Bye.
So up next we have Nish Anil with us. He is basically a senior program manager at Microsoft. So we welcome you, Nish, to the .NET Conference Pakistan. And Nish will be talking about microservices in .NET. So over to you, Nish.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Very, very excited to be part of this community. This is the first time I'm here. And thank you, Abdul Rahman and Code Movement team for putting this together. This is really, really great. Apparently, in APAC, we have 3 events going live stream right now. And this Saturday is kind of like the most busiest thing that we are seeing today, which is great. So my name is Nish. I work on the .NET community team. If you guys know Scott Hanselman, James Montemagno, the same team. And I specifically focus on the APAC region. And also, my major focus has been on microservices and cloud native apps, which you can see it from .NET/architecture. That's a page where there's a detailed thing, which I'll take you guys through in some time. That's my Twitter handle, Nish Anil. And if you want to reach out to me later on, Twitter, Instagram, GitHub, same handles everywhere. Well, that's all the screen PowerPoint presentation that I had for now, but I wanted to take you through all the demos and want to make it more interactive. So feel free to ask questions and I'll be able to take those things up as it comes. So getting started with microservices, all that you need to do is make sure you start with a new browser. Let me just pull this browser here. Okay. All that you need to do is go to .NET. And once you reach here, there is a section called microservices. And this is a great place. We have a lot of content out here to get you started on microservices, right? So what are microservices? Well, microservices is nothing but a design pattern which applications are composed of small independent modules that communicate with each other using well-defined contracts. So what does it mean? Is it a service which are really small? Absolutely not. These are services which has definitive business boundaries, and they're defined by a bounded context. So technically, two services, they have to work with each other using a service endpoints, right? So no two services can access each other's database, thereby giving you that autonomous aspect of it, where you can ship things faster. Today, if you look at any web applications or any applications that you're using every day, they are shipping things faster, right? Developers are shipping 100 features a day. I mean, that's the kind of seeing the flexibility that the architecture provides, and that's what is that is what helps in building services using microservices architecture. Now, um, again, there is a very different way to look at it. There is also monolithic applications, which is where you have the services, and then you have the web layer, then you have a service layer, you have a data access layer, but under the hood they all work with a single database, which becomes a bottleneck. Now, they're not about old versus new. Monolithic applications are totally fine to build. The microservices will only make sense when we are talking about hundreds and thousands of services, and where you need that flexibility of committing code every single day and move to production, right? So also we talk about microservices and containers. Like every time we get started with microservices, you will generally see people talking with containers like Dockers and Kubernetes and other things. Well, does it make sense? Well, technically, yes, but then a microservices is just an architectural design pattern. So it doesn't require Dockers or containers. But the reason why people speak in terms of together is because it gives you that flexibility. Like Docker, kind of, you can make your entire app into service into an image, and they're immutable. So you can build new images. You can have multiple images running in the same cluster, and make your API gateway decide which service you want to hit and other things. So you have those flexibilities, and that's why it's often spoken together, right? We can go into details, but to get started, you can actually hit here. This is where you will get started with a simple service endpoints, right? So where you all that, I mean, gone are those days where you need really high installations and Visual Studio configurations and other things. All that you need for this to get started with .NET is just go and download this .NET SDK, start with .NET, and there are a few steps here which you can execute. So I'll encourage you to go check this out. And at the end of these steps, you'll also have an option to deploy microservice to Azure. So you can actually click on this, and there are steps in how now you can take your Docker image, push it to a container registry. You can choose between Docker Hub or ACR, but in this case, you can choose Docker Hub because it's free, it's straightforward. You can use them, and then go and create those Azure resources. Here you go. So you have CLIs that you can use. And then when it comes to deploy Azure, you will write this YAML script, which is what is needed by Kubernetes to expose your service, to know about your deployments, and then expose your service to the world for you to consume, right? So these are steps listed out here. They're pretty easy ones, like takes about 30 minutes, and then you should be able to get started if you're someone new. But if you're someone who has been looking for information more than that, like how do I build microservice, how do I talk about architectures, right? You can go to this section called architecture. Now, this is what I PM on as well. So this is everything that you see here is something which I manage. So if you have feedbacks on these things, feel free to let me know, and we will be able to kind of like add information here. So there are like microservices. There are also, I'll quickly touch upon the other things, and we'll go to microservices very soon. There are DevOps, there's modernizing web and servers. So for example, if you already have a legacy application and you don't want to move to microservices yet, but you really want to take advantage of the cloud, so you can actually containerize these applications and do a lift and shift, which is take your applications and lift and shift to Azure, and then make use of the containers and other things. So we have guidances on that. The guidance is on how do you build ASP.NET apps with clean architecture and other things as well. There are other things like mobile apps and UWP apps, and these are the new ones, which is fairly, I won't say new, but it's been there for more than 6 months. But then, this focuses on newer technologies, like if you are like just now you saw the Blazor, some really nice demos on that Blazor. If you're looking at how do you port your web forms application to Blazor, there is also content here called Blazor for ASP.NET Web Forms developers. Now, they are completely different technology, but the way you code, there are some similarities and familiarities that you can use. So if you're stuck in web forms and you really want to go modernize, you can choose this path too. So we have written guidances on that. And the beauty of all these guidances is that they accompany a reference sample too. So you can go and check how these samples are built as well. So it's not just reading, it's also samples, so you can try this out yourself. There's also gRPC for WCF. I'll touch briefly on this gRPC today, and also a few other things. For example, if you go to microservices, popular books, which are the microservices architecture book and the cloud native ebook. Microservice architecture book, it's all about designing, like how do you do domain driven designing, right? What is CQRS, or what is other technology, Saga pattern? How do you do distributed transactions? So there's a lot of things that is written on that, which is very focused for teams that are looking for that kind of information when you're building microservices, right? And then there is this cloud native ebook, which focuses on, like, once you decide that, okay, your Azure is a way to go for you to make use of some of the features, then you will there are information out there that will help you, or that will guide you to choose which one, which particular technology you use. For example, simple thing like, should I use a relational table or a NoSQL, right? If I'm going for NoSQL, what are the available options for me, right? What are the scalability benefits that I get? So those kind of things comes to you on this book. So we wrote these kind of books to just help you get started. Now, what I also wanted to show you is this sample called eShop on Containers, which is one of our popular samples. So if you go into this one, so this is the page. So it is one of the popular samples out there. There is 16,400 people start this, and they're watching this, and we actually update this very often. Like, for example, the last code was updated 3 days ago. We are still working. There is a migration that is happening from .NET Core 3.1 to .NET 5. That's where you see some of the things having checks failing, but then this is in work in progress. But this code is still working. Like, you can just download it and run it on your browser. Now, we use a reference sample like shopping. The main reason for that is to just help you understand the domain, because if you take microservices is applicable for any domain. It doesn't have to be e-commerce application. It could be banking. It could be anything, right? It's just an architectural design, whichever suits better for your kind of like production scenarios. But the reason why we show in eShop, or technically you will see a lot of people showing eShop or the shopping side, e-commerce side, when it comes to any type of large-scale applications, is because it's easier to understand. It's easier to understand the domain, because you may not be building this, but you may be used to this by maybe your shopping sites and other kind of things, online retails and other things, right? So you can see the architecture here. So I'll just go down. So here you go. So there are web clients, which is, there is a web app, there's a spa app. This is just to show what are the kind of clients that you can connect with. There's also a mobile app. And then if you look at it, there is API gateway here. Now, API gateways are very interesting and very important technique. For example, if you look at on the right side, there is also a bunch of microservices out there, right? So you have identity, catalog, ordering, basket, the marketing and location. We actually removed it in this version, but we are yet to update this table. But then there are other services which are actually independent. Now, the other important aspect that you probably want to pay attention to is how the databases is architecture. For example, this one has a different database than this one, right? And each of it has its own data store. Now, no two applications or no two services are working with a common database. They have their own independent database. What that means is, microservices is not just about services, it's also about team. So you can take a larger application, compose smaller teams, and each team can focus on its own services so that they can ship applications faster without breaking anything else. I don't know if you guys have worked in the past in the monolithic world. When you have to change something in a relational table, if that table has dependency on multiple services, you will have to wait for approvals for many other services to consume it before you can even make changes. Now, when it comes to services, it's your team. You can change it. You can deploy it. As long as the service endpoints are defined well for the others to consume, you're good to go, right? Now, we have API gateways because the endpoints are consumed by API gateways. Instead of exposing every single service out in the world, you don't need to do that, because sometimes you can have gateways, and gateways can also implement backend for front-end pattern, which is like, you can consolidate the request that it's getting, and then it can work with multiple services under the hood and get all the data and then send it back to the client as needed. Also, if the services have to communicate with each other, they have to be through endpoints, as I mentioned. They can also be using asynchronous communication, probably using the Azure Service Bus or RabbitMQ. So you will have something like, for example, when an order is placed, so someone is placing order where there is something in the basket. So basket will hold the basket is nothing but the cat. The cat will hold the product. So when the product has been, order has been placed, you have to let the basket know that, hey, this product is placed, so you can actually remove it from your cart. And that is also done using even better. So you raise raise a pops up pattern. So you publish an event saying that, okay, this order is placed, so the basket will listen to that, and it will clear the cache from that, and which will result in removing that thing. So that way you're actually very disconnected. So I can go into the details of it. We can go as much as deep as you want, depending on the questions. I can take those information and help you understand this, right? But for now, I just want you to know that there are information out there. There is samples out there that you can get started. So let's get back and get started with microservices with some simple samples, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open my Windows terminal. And let's start here. So if you are new to .NET, all that you need is start with .NET New. So it gives you a template. As I mentioned initially, if you want a .NET in your system, all that you need to do is go to .NET website and just go to the downloads, download the SDK, depending on whether you're Windows, Linux, or Mac OS. Choose the platform and then download it. Once you install it, you will have it in the path. So and then you'll have this .NET listed there. So now, when you get started, if you are familiar with Visual Studio, you can also have File New, and then it'll have you multiple templates to get you started. And this is great about .NET, right? It gets you the templates to get you started so that you can quickly start building applications instead of starting from a notepad. So here it is, my template. So for in my case, I'm actually going to create an endpoint, which is I can create an endpoint either using a web API or a gRPC, right? So I'll start with creating web API, and we'll go to gRPC as well in a bit. So I'll start with .NET new. I'll say web API. I want an output directory, and I'll call this as hello service. I don't know what. I'll just use P for now. Just to keep it unique, right? So that will just go ahead and create the templates. If you want to look at it, you can use code dot, which will open Visual Studio Code and gives you the service right over here, right? So what this service will have is a simple weather forecast controller, which is this one, and it will have a few things like a get method, which is the REST endpoint, which has a random values that is getting generated. So we're just trying to show, okay, there's a weather forecast, and then there is random values for different cities and other things, right? So we have that thing. And now what we can do is just to see where exactly this is running, I can write some code here. And this is the beauty of ASP.NET Core, right? So it has dependency injection, so I can ask for logger right here. So I have the log information method, so I'm going to use that. And what I want to see is I want to see where this is running actually. So I can say OS version string. Okay. And that's it. That's all the change that I'm going to do. And I'm going to go to my run, and I'm going to make sure that it is selected .NET Core launch, and hit run. So what this is going to do, it's going to actually create a port, give this 5001, and it'll give you this endpoint, right? Now, previously, before .NET 5, if you'd have noticed, this is the endpoint that you get. And if you want to go into the details, you have to go to weather forecast, and then you can go to the JSON. But in .NET 5, there is also an addition of Swagger, so you don't have to write this code. This comes by default with the template. So there is a weather, so you can see that Swagger implementation automatically added. Now you have the weather forecast endpoint. I can click on this weather forecast endpoint, click try it out, and execute. And there you go. So I have this JSON file that is basically from the controller, whatever is coming, whatever we generate a random, that random file is coming. Now I want to go back and see what exactly did I log. I logged about, where am I running this, right? So you can see that. Okay, right now I'm running in Microsoft Windows NT 10.0. So that is as expected. We are running on Windows. Now, when you start building microservices, right, your microservices services can be running with other services too. For example, you may have a Kubernetes cluster. You will have .NET running. You may also want to run Go. You may also want to run Java. And because you want to make use of the same infrastructure, you probably are running on Linux too. So you can actually take this .NET is cross-platform, so you can make this work on Linux as well. So to test on Linux, there are multiple ways I can do it. I can use WSL for example. Which is Windows Subsystem for Linux. If you install WSL, you will have tools and add the remote host, and you should be able to run this on WSL as well. But we'll go one step ahead. Like, we will containerize this application as we discussed before, and then we'll see how this works, right? So to do that, what I'm going to do is I'll just put a breakpoint for now. Control-Shift-P on VS Code, and I'm going to add Docker files to this workspace, right? So it's asking what what does the Docker file should be based out of? We are basing it out of ASP.NET Core. And now there's a choice that I need to make. Do I want to build a base out of Linux or a Windows, right? That's just a choice. So if you are looking at Linux, we will start with Linux, and then it'll ask you what ports it's exposing. So it's 80 and 443. There's another interesting question that comes up, which is, do you want to include Docker Compose file? Now, Docker Compose files are super helpful when you have multiple services and you want to run these things together. Like, for example, eShop on Containers does that. But in this case, since it's just a demo, it's just a simple sample, I'm not going to use it, so it just goes say no. So what this thing did right now is basically it added two files. One is the Docker file and also the Docker ignore file. So in the Docker file, what it does is basically it is going to have the commands written for Docker to containerize your application, right? So if you see there's a runtime that you're depending on, so you can have, so as I mentioned, Docker once you containerize, it's basically a self-run, like it is immutable, it is self-run, means it also has operating system for it to run on. So you can actually base out of anything. Since you're working with .NET, you can use our base libraries to start with creating the images. So each command here creates a fresh step of images. So every step is kind of like it adds to the images. So if you have multiple images you're working with, if that step is already executed, it will also reuse them and things, and really nice stuff. So Docker, right? So in this step there is a SDK. So what we're doing is we are actually taking your all your source code, directly compiling right inside Docker, and then exposing the endpoint using an entry point called .NET. Also, we mentioned that, okay, this can be exposed, like, port 80 and 443 on Docker image can be exposed, and that is where it will start listening to. That's all I did, right? Now I can go ahead and run this. To run this, I can go into display, the tab, the run tab, and then go into this Docker .NET Core launch. So now that we have Docker starting, we're going to hit that and just click start, right? So now what this is going to do, earlier you saw that the port was coming as 5001. Now if you look at what is happening is it's actually going and building this image, right? So it's going to create this image, and once it is built, it is coming in a new port called 49159, right? So that's running inside Docker. Now I can just hit Swagger endpoint, and if you get the same information. So now if I go to weather forecast and click execute, now why the delay is because it has hit the breakpoint, and what I wanted to show you is now it's running on Unix 4.19. So you can see the difference is like same .NET code. You can decide to run on Windows or Linux. You can even run on macOS, but when it comes to containerization, you will have options between Linux and Windows only. Okay, so that was about simple, straightforward endpoint like REST. Now let's switch gears and go into gRPC, right? gRPC is the newest form of connecting with services. For example, in REST endpoints, you always had this Swagger for OpenAPI definition, but also if you go to the REST endpoint like weather forecast, it was just a JSON data which you can actually look and see things. But with gRPC, and so that what that means is it's basically human readable, right? So when it comes to human readable, that means to convert that to machine readable, you have to take the JSON string and serialize, deserialize, convert it into .NET objects, and do whatnot, right? Those are all much more heavy steps which will also impact performance. But with gRPC, everything that you work with is all in the binary. So what that means is machines can work with each other very fast, but humans may not be able to read what's going through that, right? So let's look at the newest form of doing endpoints. That's gRPC. So if you're just getting started with endpoints, if you are starting new, gRPC should be your option to go because of performance reasons. We can also, there are many options, like maybe in the gateway you can have a REST to gRPC converter or gRPC to REST converters and other things as well, so that if you want certain services which are legacy, still works on REST, you want to connect with that, you also have an option like that. Okay, so when you start with, so for that, I'm going to use Visual Studio because I want to show you some toolings that is involved in Visual Studio. So I can search for gRPC here, and this is going to give me a gRPC service. So you can click next. So it's gRPC service 8. I've been showing the same demo even in the .NET Conf BLR, and so yeah, multiple services that I've been building today. So there's gRPC service. So taking the latest .NET 5.0, and if I want to in Visual Studio, if I want to add Docker support right when I'm starting, I can also do enable Docker support right here, or I can just go back into the solution, right click on the projects, and then add a Docker support if I want to. Right? I'm going to click on create. Meanwhile, okay. I was just checking if you have questions. Feel free to drop it in, and I'll pull it in and answer those questions. Okay, so when I start this gRPC service, so what you immediately notice is basically something called as protos, which is the proto file, right? So as I mentioned, gRPC is more like a contract-based thing. It is not, so in case of REST, once you define a Swagger definition, there are tools right now to connect to Swagger and see the endpoints and kind of build services for you. But in gRPC, it's contract first. That means you define contract first, and then you share the contract for other services to consume. So now we're building a service. So we are actually telling this service that, okay, this service is going to, listen to a contract called greet. Right. So there's a greeter, there's a method called say hello, which accepts hello request as a parameter, and then hello reply as the return parameter. Now, in each of it, you can see hello request has this property called name, and it has a message. So we just define these things. That's all. And once we do that, in Visual Studio, what happens is it will automatically generate a service for you, for example, which is inside this one. So before I get to that, let me show you this quickly. So you can see that there is a say hello as a method, and it is accepting hello request. It is also having the context of the caller. And then what it is doing is it's actually whatever request comes in, it is appending hello to it, and then it is sending it back. All right. So that's the say hello. Now, so how did we do this, right? As I said, like these are binary things. So what Visual Studio is doing is under the hood, it is actually generating a lot of code for you so that you don't have to practically build these things yourself, right? So from the binary to the .NET objects and other things, Visual Studio can take care of these things. Once you create this, you will be using it just like any other local method, right? So here you go. So there's say hello. Now I can just go run this application right here. I hit on gRPC service 8, and it's going to open up things, and it's opening up in the port 5001. So I can just copy this and take my browser and go to my 5001 port, and immediately what you're going to see is it will say that communication with this. Let me increase this font instead. Communication with gRPC endpoints must be made through gRPC client. So you can see that it is no more human readable. So you have to work with the client to work directly with the service. Now, for that, let's go create a client, right? So creating a client is also easy in Visual Studio. All that you need is right-click, add new project, and then go into, in my case, I'm going to use a console application, but in real scenarios, a service may be connecting to another service. So it doesn't matter what client it is. It may be a Windows application working with it. It may be a Mac OS app working with it. It can be any other language or framework, because in gRPC, when it comes to protofiles and things, they're language independent and they can work with each other, right? So I'm just going to choose console app for now. And then instead of using a console app 1, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick this gRPC service 8, copy this here, and to just make it easier, I'm going to make it client, right? So I'll just click on create. So this will go create some ASP.NET Core, sorry, not ASP.NET Core, just a .NET Core console application right here. Now I want this client to connect to the service, right? Now, the easiest way to add a service client is by going to add into your project, go to this service reference, click on this, and right here there are service references that you can add. You click on add, and this will open up a dialog which will give you options like, hey, what do you want to build? Do you want to build an open API, or do you want to build gRPC? That's a choice that you can make right now. So right now we're building gRPC, so you can go and choose gRPC. But if you are, since we have Swagger definitions also with the endpoints, you can also build client based on those definitions as well. But let's just use gRPC. Now, the next thing it'll ask you is the protofile, like where exactly is the protofile, because it needs to, because as I said, gRPC is contract first, so it needs to know what is your contract to build the client. So I'm going to find that file for here. For now, I'm just going to use the folder which is up in the same solution. So I'm just use the greet.proto, and then it also gives me this choice Is it a client? Is it a server? Right? So if you're sometimes when you're building this, you're not doing a file new project, but within your applications you are actually building a server or a service endpoint or client, you can actually choose that based on that. Click on client for now, and what this will do is this will go and pull in all the NuGet libraries that it needs to work with, and it is all added. Click on close, and now I'll go and add some code that is needed to connect with the endpoint, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy and paste some code over here. So, and add some namespaces because we need to. So here's gRPC net client. That is what you need. So you saw the NuGet package is getting added. So now if you look at, it has forward. It's very similar to how you do HTTP client, but then you need to understand there's a channel, there's a client that you need to derive from the channel and whatnot. So you have, we're going to create a channel, then from that we're going to create a client. Now you see this greeter.greeter client. Now that's a code that we did not write, right? How did this come in? That's because, again, because we set client and we generated the gRPC client, it automatically did that for me, right? So this is right here. Now when you see client.say hello async, it is just like calling any other local method, right? So it doesn't matter. So now if you are just going to go to breakpoint and let's see what happens, because ideally when the service is running, it's going to be the case now, debug, start new instance. And if I go into my gRPC client, right click, debug, start new instance. So it's going to work. It want to hit the client service and it's going to get me this message, which is hello. So right now we sent .NET Conf, but well, when the reply came, it came hello .NET Conf. So which is how you work with gRPC. So you can see that how easy it is to, when you start with microservices, you're defining the endpoints, you have options like REST or gRPC. For both the endpoints, we have great tooling support for you to get started. So that's about getting started, right? Now I'll just close this and let's switch gears again with something new, right? So when you are actually starting with something microservices, we are actually working with multiple services. Just quickly, I'm going to check on any questions if I have. Okay, nothing. Cool. So let's get started with microservices in kind of like more like a realistic way of doing things. So I'll just go to the directory that I have. So in real world, you'll have these more than one services, right? So you have a backend, you have a front end. So if you want to start a backend, you go to backend and then see what is there. Okay, there is code for a backend. So I'm going to use .NET Run here. And then I'm going to come to a new terminal, open the same folder with the microservices, go to the front end, and then there's a front end code. I'm going to hit .NET Run, right? So now we have the backend. I also have the front end running. So backend is running in Finance 0.0 and Finance 0.1, HTTP and HTTPS respectively. And also the main one is running, so the front end is running on Finance 0.2 and Finance 0.3. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this and then go to the browser. So if you look at what it has done is we have a nice little UI there. Which is actually working with the backend. So whatever weather forecast that you saw me creating, it's the same weather forecast behind the scenes, but now we also have a nice UI which is actually populating this table for me, right? So I refresh each time I refresh, it goes and connects with the backend, gives you me data, right? Now you saw that, the way I needed to run this was like going to multiple places and then .NET Run. It is so when it comes to multiple microservices, you will be working with a large number of services out there, and that would be really difficult to work with, like go and test everything together, right? Wouldn't it be nice if we had some tools that kind of like ties things together and then pulls all the information at one place? Well, we do have now, and that's called tie. So all that you need to do is tie, and you say tie run, right? I'm in the main folder, so let me open this for now just to show you what's there in it. Okay, close this. Close this. So I have the backend, I have the front end, and I have the solution file, right? So we'll leave this for now. So we all do is tie run. There you go. So what this is going to do is tie is basically a new tool. It's a global tool that you can install. And what it is going to do is it is going to run your services together, looking at your solution file, and it's also going to give you a dashboard like this. And I can now open this dashboard from my browser. And you can see that, what are the services that is available, like backend is there, front end is there. So it was very smart enough to know what are the services that is available and running, available to run, and it will actually go and run. What you will also notice is the bindings. So here what happens is no more the finance 01 and finance 03 that we used. They are completely new ports. So what Thai does is Thai is smart enough to know like what are the available ports in your system, and it'll going to give you the ports that is available. So you will almost never have a place for running out of ports. So imagine if you have like 100 services running together that you want to test with, you don't have to really worry about the ports at all, right? So now, but now this also has these things. If you click on the name, it also gives you the metrics, like how is your each object that is working with, and it'll also give you these logs, like okay, what is happening with each service, whatever log it emits, you'll see it here. You'll also have see these replicas. You can also have multiple services running as well, for handling scales and other things, right? So we'll ignore that for now. Let's go and hit the front end URL, right? So I just hit open new tab, and then we'll see what happens. So in an ideal world, it should work. It should go the weather forecast. It should go and hit the backend and get me the service. But then look at what happened was like there's an exception. And why is that? Because it is trying to connect to localhost finance 01. Remember, this was the port earlier configured. So in the world of microservices, it's all about service discovery. You don't hard code the ports anywhere. You actually depend on a configuration system to give you when it runs, right? So let's go and fix that. Now, how do you fix that? If you go into the backend, the front end, and startup.cs. So here, instead of hard coding this port, I'm going to ask Thai, hey Thai, what is the port that my backend is running on? Can you give me that? And that is how the way how you write it is configuration.getService URI. Now this is an extension method on configuration, and this is available to you due to a NuGet package which I have added called Microsoft.Thai.extensions.configuration. So when you add that, you can also enable the service discovery. So Thai can tell you the port automatically, right? So now that's done. So now let's run this again. Stop. Run. I run, sorry. Give me the dashboard again. I can go to the dashboard, which I think is already here. I'll just refresh this, and there's some new port, but that's okay. If you click on it, we are back in action again, right? So that way we took care of the service discovery as well. Now that's great, right? How about we going some extra mile of doing some more stuff with this, right? So let's assume that I want to now every service in microservices, as I said, will work with its own data, right? So I want to add a database to this particular service. Now that means an external dependency have to be added. It could be a SQL Server, it could be a Cosmos, it could be anything, right? In my case, what I want to do is I want to use Redis cache, and I want to cache the weather, and I don't want everybody to get the weather almost instantly. Instead, I want to keep it cached, and I want to send them values later. So to implement cache, you can use Redis cache. So for that, I need to tell Thai that, hey, I need to add Redis cache. Now, there are multiple ways. One is, as I mentioned, you can actually go and install Redis on your system, open a port, and then work with it. But then the moment it goes to another system, they also have to have the same configuration there. And these are all, this is all simplified now with Docker. So you can actually run Docker images directly and then work with Docker images instead of actually having a real, Redis cache running on Windows and other things. Redis. So let's go and implement that. For that, I'm going to go back. I need to have something here to implement, and that is the Thai configuration. So since to get the Thai configuration, what I need to do is I could go and say Thai init. So that you can do this on any project. So I'm going to hit Thai init. So now what happens is I have this YAML file, and here's where all the definition happens. So all the magic that you saw when we said backend and front end and things, it automatically picked up from CS Project and did that work. But technically, this is what is happening behind the scenes. It is how you configure it. You're going to say, these are my services, these are my backend and front end, they are .NET projects. So it makes it easy for Thai to run it. Now, we want to tell Thai about Redis cache, right? So instead of using any kind of Redis installation, I'm going to copy some code, which is the Redis. Here you go. So I added Redis, and this time it's not a project. So here you can see it's project. This time I'm not saying project. Instead, I'm saying image and Redis. So now the Thai is smart enough to know that, okay, you actually want to work with an image, and it's going to go pull this image from Docker Hub and get this back to you. Okay, so now you have this 63 port 6379. This is where I want to expose. Then I have the host and I have the port. So that is exposed, which is great. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to connect to this. So I need to make changes to the code. So for that, I'll go to the backend because that is where I want the code. Sorry. Go to the weather forecast controller. And now instead of this random weather get that we used to get it earlier, I'm going to comment this, and I'm going to uncomment something called using an implementation using an I-distributed cache. So what this is doing, okay, I'm going to comment this because this is for a later demo if we have time to show resiliency. So that's just generating some random errors, which we don't want it now. So what it is going to do is actually going to same code, which is going to generate random values, but then this time it is going to be cached, right? And then we're going to keep the cache for 5 seconds. So every 5-second cache will be invalidated and a new value will be generated, right? So that's all the code is going to be. And to implement this, what we need is we need an external NuGet package too. So which is go to the CS branch, and this is the one, Microsoft Extensions Caching.Stack Exchange Redis. That's the NuGet package that you will use, and then you will configure that, which is in the just give me a minute. In the startup.cs, you actually add this method, add stack exchange Redis cache, and then provide the configuration. So you can see that now we're saying configuration.get connection string, so which is Redis. So now the Thai will know that you're asking for the Redis connection string because we defined it there in the YAML, and it is going to give that port back, right? So now let's go and run this. So see what happens. So I'm just going to see if I run. I hope I didn't make any spell checks and mistakes. Yeah, so there's a question. I'm just going to bring this question up, which is there any first-party service to implement health check or resiliency in microservices? Yeah, so health check is actually baked in. For example, it is we have this implementation there which you can use directly, or you can also use a third-party library for health checks in .NET as well. So this is all defined in, if you go to .NET health check in .NET. I remember I writing this whole thing. So there you go. So this also. So there is this health checks library which you can use. So for example, there's a basic probe that you can write. You can say you can create a health endpoint, and then you can define in that health point what health checks you want to implement. So you basically go and implement this high health check. It could be SQL, it could be Redis, whichever you want to work with. You can actually add those checks in it, right? Also, if you go into this, I specifically talk about the health checks here, which is, for example, working with SQL Server and anything. So this one, let me see which is the third-party library. Yeah, Microsoft ASP.NET Core Diagnostic Health Checks. So when you use this, which is from Zebaril, and they have these health checks that you can implement directly. So they use high health check to implement it, but it makes it easy for you to add. For example, they also have extension method like add SQL Server and add Azure Blob Storage and all kind of things. So you can add checks automatically like that, right? Or you can implement your own custom ones. And you can also implement liveness and readiness check for Kubernetes using that, which I'll show you where to find this information a little later. There is a whole MS Learn free learning resource that we've already built, so you can actually go and take that whole learn module, and then you will be able to understand how this is done. Good question, by the way. Okay, so coming back to the Thai, so we just built Thai. Now let me go to the dashboard, refresh it. Now you can see that there is the Redis cache, and it is running on a container. So Thai is smart enough to do that. So now if I go into my endpoint, refresh it, you can see that it is not refreshing. So watch this. I'll just refresh. Now it would refresh because it's already 5 seconds. Now it's refreshing, but now it's not. So you can see that, how easily I was able to implement Redis cache. And then because it doesn't have any external dependencies, because it has an external dependency and they can be easily containerized, TIE gives you those configuration to work with. Now I want to show you one more thing in the TIE configuration, which is like I can also add extensions. So I can go here and say I want extensions to be added, and I can say this is name. I want Zipkin. So Zipkin is basically an open tracing thing. I probably would do this wrong. Let's see just quickly. Okay, name. Yeah, I think looks good right now. You should be very careful when you edit the YAMLs because even a small space could be an issue. So now I just enabled Zipkin. All that I did is in the TIE configuration, I enabled Zipkin. Now let's go and see how we can add that, right? So let's do a TIE run. Error in shutting down, but it's okay. I was going to build on projects, collecting Docker logs. Let me see if it has detected extensions called TIE. If I go to dashboard, refresh. Sorry, Zipkin. Yeah, there you go. So it understood that you want to work with Zipkin. So it'll also expose this port automatically, 9411. So if you go it, and there's a Zipkin dashboard already there, right? Now if I say run query, well, there's nothing there. And that's because we didn't run any hits to the server. So I just hitting refresh 2 times. And now if I go back to Zipkin and say run this query, you can see this. It automatically added, like it did a tracing for you to understand, okay, front end was trying to call back end, and here are the details of this, like how much time it is taking, the forecast, and the back end is taking so much and so time, so you can actually work on these data. More importantly, if you go to dependencies and then you see, like right now we only have back end and front end, but you can also have, like when you have multiple services, you can see how each of the services working with each other and things like that, right? So as you saw, I actually added Zipkin without any kind of code changes. And that's because actually in my code, there's one thing that you need to be taking care of is in the program.cs, in every service that you need open tracing. Open tracing, if you want to enable, all that you need to do is activity.default ID format and then set it to W3C. Once you do it, your .NET applications can actually support open tracing. So any distributed tracing applications can work with it. So in this case, we have Zipkin. So Zipkin is actually going through your requests and showing that data, right? So that was easy and that was fast. Very, very easy stuff with TIE. Okay. Now let's, we still have some more time. So since you were asking about resiliency, let me see if I can get that demo running. Well, we'll implement some resiliency. Like we will, in case of a real microservices code, there could be many times you will have issues with the servers, right? So for example, Kubernetes is trying to run this on on your Kubernetes cluster, and sometimes the services may be failing. Maybe it is Kubernetes is kind of killing the pod and creating a new one. Maybe you're upgrading systems. So interim errors are most often there, right? So I'm just actually trying to reproduce that error. I mean, it's impossible to do something what we can do in production, but I'm just going to add a random value. I'm throwing an exception, so that's saying that, you know, okay, backend is down. So for that, how do we, now we'll go and look at how do we add resiliency to it, right? So before that, let's run this thing again. Any more questions? Nope. Okay. I run and watch. Now it's going to listen to the change as well, which is fine. So now if I go to the dashboard, TIE dashboard, refresh it, it's going to ring. Now if I hit on the front end, it's going to work, but I can hit on refresh again, there's breaking. Again, hit refresh, it's working. So at a random time, things are failing. So imagine if this thing kind of things happens in real production, there could be cascading of errors. Like, you know, your service will be connected to one service, then there'll be another service, something fails, the entire thing can actually break, and it would be an issue. So for handling interim errors, there are some famous microservices patterns that you can use called, a circuit breaker and retry patterns, right? These are two things that you can use. So to use that, what I'm going to do in .NET is, like, you can actually write it in code. What I'm going to do is, let me look at the startup.cs here. Yeah. So I'm going to add something called as poly. This is the library that you'll be using. Add the poly library, which will take care of the resiliency. Now I'm going to remove this semicolon here and then add these two methods back in, right? So now we have add policy handle, call get retry policy, and get secure breaker. These are two local methods that I wrote it here, which is get retry policy, which basically uses this HTTP policy extensions and say wait and retry async. And then I want to retry for 5 times, but I want to wait and retry because if you keep hitting the server again and again, there are chances for denial of service to happen. So you want to wait and retry. So the jitter logic that you want to add is up to you. So here I'm just doing an exponential retry. So I'm just using some logic to do that. So it'll wait and retry again so that it doesn't break. So there's also another policy called circuit breaker. So that is like whenever the circuit is open, it won't even make connections. It'll wait for the circuit to be closed and make the connection. So these are techniques to make sure that you don't hit the services again and again and kind of like create denial of service. So you basically, these numbers that you come with, the 5 seconds, 15 seconds, is carefully understanding what is the impact on the services, and then in deriving a number that will fit for your scenario, right? So I implemented that. Now if I go back to the TIE dashboard and refresh it, see when there is an error, you will not see an error page. You see that? It actually waited and it retried. So the user will never see an error page. You can see this. No matter how much ever I try, I will never see an error page because it is automatically retrying behind the scenes and adding circuit breaker when it is applicable, right? So that is an easy way of doing resiliency. Now, the thing with Poly is, you write this code yourself. You have to bake this code into your applications, right? There's another optional way of doing things is using, in service mesh in Kubernetes. So that's something which you can actually find here. There's a code with Linkerd. How do you implement? So basically in Linkerd, if you just go, you don't write this in code. You make sure don't write it in code because you don't need to duplicate it. And you actually write this in configuration using service mesh, right? Service mesh is basically you run your service and there will be a sidecar which will take care of all these cross-cutting concerns in a separate pod, and it will do all the networking and other kind of things for you. So when there is an error between one service to another, it will make sure that you assign retry budget and then tell how much time you want to wait and other things in a configuration. The advantage with this is you can actually write this same configuration for a Go, .NET, or any other service for that matter. You don't have to in case of Poly, you have to bake in that code, but you can take that code and you can focus on business logic and you can write this in infrastructure when you are using service mesh. So I won't have time to show you the service mesh. So I will show you where exactly you can find this. So I did a demo on .NET Show, and that's why these names are on .NET. So if you go to niche channel on .NET, in the README, I actually show you the entire thing, how from TIE, you also have the TIE deploy. Using deploy, you can actually directly deploy to Kubernetes. So that means I'm not working with Docker files. You would have noticed that there was no use of Docker files. And I'm directly deploying it and also adding dependencies like Redis and Zipkin were external dependencies, so you need to TIE would not deploy them for you. So instead, you have to deploy that in the cluster yourself. And I also have the code on how to do that. And then there is a section on how do you add service mesh and Linkerd, so you can go and check that out. And also, I also gave an option for Istio as well. So some people like Linkerd, some people like Istio. There are many reasons why you go for one over the other. So I have shown the implementation for both. Right, so you can go and check that out. It's github.com/nishanil on .NET. That's with this one. And before I leave, I think I have exactly 4 minutes to go. So before I leave, I want to show you another place where you can actually learn microservices. If you go to ASP.NET aka.ms, I'll just put this aka.ms, ASP.NET-microservices. I'm going to actually add this to the chat, so you can actually see that. So you will get this collection of services here that you can learn. For example, if you're getting started with microservices, you can start with this one, because what this does is it's the same eShop that you saw earlier, but it'll open Azure CLI. You don't need Visual Studio. You don't need anything. Everything can be edited on your Cloud shell, and you will be able to see how the health check is. And this is the eShop and container, the same thing that you saw in my eShop and containers repo, but this time with the better look and feel of it, and you have these things. And basically this one, what you do is actually it talks about domain model, and then how integration events work. And then what you need to do is you actually had to add a coupon service. So you saw when I was doing microservices, I had other services, but I did not have coupon. So you're actually adding a coupon service to it, and you are a separate team. You don't belong to the any team, any particular team, which is like orders or other things, but it's your own team called coupon. So you are actually going to build this completely on the server. So here it also here actually we specifically give information about health checks. How do you add custom health checks? So for example, the MongoDB, we use MongoDB for storing coupons. So you have these things here. So go give it a try. So once you um, okay, so yeah, and then there are other ones like the cloud native resiliency. So this is something which I talked about recently, the both Linkerd. So this one covers Linkerd, but if you want to do Istio, it's going to be pretty straightforward. We also have GitHub Actions. There's also instrumentation, and also implementing feature flags. Sometimes you want to ship the feature in the production, but you want to switch it to certain set of people. I mean, you know that, right? I mean, a lot of features do that. A lot of companies do that. For example, like in a certain geographic region, you want to enable certain features. So how do you do that in production? So we have all these amazing tools. So definitely check it out, because there's so much of work that has happened in these things, and we're also building some more. So you'll see them coming soon in this modules as well. With that, I'm open for questions, and so
I
yeah.
think we already have one question from Shafat
Okay.
Farhan. So when is the best time to use service bus rather than the REST call?
Yeah, so think of service bus as always asynchronous, right? So you fire and forget kind of a scenarios. You can use Azure Service Bus. RESTs are like mostly used for synchronous communication. So when you want almost immediate things, that will be better. But in a microservices world, because they are distributed in nature, suggestion is to use more asynchronous communication as much as you can. REST is for your third parties and other endpoints who want to access it.
Okay, and I hope that answers your question, Shafat. Thank you so much, Nish, for joining us,
Sure.
and we are honored to have you with us in this conference. Thanks again.
It was a pleasure. Thank you so much for having me. Take care.
Have a good
Bye.
day.
Bye.
So up next we have Rahil Coker with us, and he will be talking about what's new in C Sharp 9. Rahil, are you with us? I believe yes.
Hi guys, Assalamu alaikum once again. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Rahman.
Yes, I can.
Right, so let me start off with sharing my screen. Screen. Let me know when you can see it.
It's up.
Pull up my screen, man. Come on. All right, here we go. So this is going to be our topic today. What's new in C Sharp 9.0? And my name is Rahil Coker. Are we ready? Are we good to go, Abdurrahman? Waiting for your green signal.
Yes, you are, Rahil.
All right. So, my name is Rahil Coker. This is a brief introduction of myself. Last few years of my career are dedicated mostly to project management and agile coaching, particularly in a Scrum fashion. But lots of guys do not know something about myself is that I have a lot of experience in .NET development, right? So I started my career like a .NET developer, and I'm still in love with it. And that is precisely the reason you guys invited me here in this conference, and thank you very much for that in the first place. So I have few certifications in Microsoft development, Microsoft stack development as well. All right, so the first thing, there is a lot of gossip around about this particular feature of .NET, of C# 9.0, that is called records. I'm not sure many of you guys have heard about it, but there's a lot of information about it, which sometimes get trickier to understand what it is, but I'll try to make it a lot more simpler for you guys. Let me start off with my favorite IDE, which is definitely Visual Studio. My machine is slow, right? We call it .NET Conf 2020 Day 1. And we place it here in our .NET folder, and we just hit it. So I'm just starting and creating a new Windows Forms application to try out what records really look like. Just hang on with me right here. My machine is a little bit slow today because it's doing lots of things. Okay, while it is loading, so the way we have .NET classes that we have been working throughout the years, there have been value types objects in our .NET. There have been reference type objects in our .NET. There's a lot of discussion about mutability and immutability. These things are about. So if you know these concepts, it will going to be very easy for us to understand what records are and why they are there in the first place. So mutability and immutability are very basic concepts while working in any of the object-oriented programming language. It is changed. It stays in the same memory location, and it is changed the same memory location. But if it's an immutable thing, when we change it, it discards it and it's allocates and relocation for it. So, all right. So, this is what we have. Hang on. All right. All right, so this is what we have, and let's start off with creating a class in the top. So we're going to use the name Scott. Scotts have been doing a lot in .NET world, you know, for decades. Scott Hanselman, Scott Guthrie. Which one is the third Scott? Abdurrahman? Who's the third Scott? Scott Hunter. Yeah.
Scott Hunter. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is a constructor that I'm trying to make.
Rahil, sorry for interrupting. Can you just quickly increase the font size from bottom left? Just increase the percentage. Yeah, that's fine.
Fine now?
Thanks. Yep.
Okay, so I'm going to create a couple of properties here. Very basic, usual stuff that we do. We have been doing it for years, you know. All right, so what we do here is all right, so that is pretty basic stuff, right? So we have created a class, and we have created a constructor, passing two parameters, assigning values. Then we have these class properties in here. So and down here in our execution section, let's create a list of Scots, which could be a new list of Scots, and we just initialize it with Scott Hunter and giving a Twitter URI. Second one is going to be Scott Hanselman, and third one will going to be apologies if this takes you to a broken Twitter page. Anyways, all right, so we have just created it. Semicolon was missing, and all right, so what's wrong with it now? Let's see if it builds.
You're missing the string. URI string should be in the URI object, I believe.
Seriously? Just like that?
Yeah.
I'm getting old at coding now. Anyways. Right, so this is a pretty basic format of creating classes in any object-oriented language, especially in C#. We have created class, few properties, created a constructor, and then down there we created a list of that object and assigned few new objects to it. Now, this is a very basic reference type mutability that you can see. But in order to, if you want, for last few years, programming has been very common, and you want to do immutable programming, but you still want to take advantage of a value type behavior, the way we use we get with the structures. So in order to get the good of the both worlds, you're using a class type behavior, but you are handling it as a value type structure. So here are records, and they provide you that functionality. Let me show you how it works. So we can just trim all of that down into pretty basic one-liner syntax that C# 9.0 allows us. I have just put it comments here, and I just say public record Scott, and I pass couple of arguments in there. URI, Twitter URI, and there we go. No. Let's see. Probably. So with this, where did it go? Okay, so with this basic small syntax, we can create a record, and you see we are missing nothing. Inline hidden somewhere. There is also a constructor in there. There's also a parameter in there, and it will just start behaving like a normal class the way we use, and it will going you the behavior of structures as a value type. So it will going to be a value type. Okay, so let's move forward. I open it back, not sure what's wrong with it. Oh yeah, hang in there. That's probably the problem of, yeah, it's here. I'll have to convert it to .NET 5, and it should start working here. Let's build it and see. Yeah, there we go. So same functionality that I was doing with the class down here, it stays the same. I did not change anything. That means its behavior will going to be the same the way we have been using classes, but we can use structure type behavior. So it gives you the good of the both worlds, right? Let's start doing something different here. So that was from records. Then let me get you something special here. The new thing that we have in C# 9 is init properties. So immutable programming has become more popular these days, or properties are mutably public, you know, and object initializers are pretty awesome. This is how we used to start off with creating objects. But you know, the problem with this syntax is that if there is a read-only property, there is an immutable class, you cannot use this syntax. And if you make it mutable, you lose the functionality of that immutability, right? So your properties will become changeable and mutable. So again, in order to get the best from the both worlds, that you want to keep your properties private, but you want to use this object initializer syntax, right? There's a keyword provided with the init keyword. Let me show you how it works. Let's come down here and let's create a public record person, and here I public string first name again send public string last name, and we do get send. So these are properties we normally see, right? So get means you can take a value. Set means they're mutable, right? You can change them anytime you want. And if you take this part out, what happens is that it becomes read-only, and you cannot actually they become mutable for mutable class property. But for this particular in this particular scenario, you cannot use the object initializer syntax, right? If I write variable person variable so what happens here is it is giving you an error that this property is read-only, you cannot change it. Now I'm stuck here. So C# 9.0 gives you a new keyword that is called init. Now you can use object initializer syntax, and you can assign a value to this particular property, but later on it becomes immutable. And if I want to do person dot first name is equal to, so what happens here? It says that you cannot reassign this value. It becomes immutable after the initial initialization. Am I making any sense, Abdul Rahman? I'm just kept on talking and talking. You're the only that I can hear feedback off. Okay, so all right. So that is init properties introduced in C# 9.0, and another again, I've been seeing a couple of terms over and over again: immutability and value types and reference types. So the most of the majority of new features in C# 9 revolve around immutability, mutability, and reference type versus value types. Another new thing I can show you is a with keyword. There used to be a with keyword if somebody has worked with v.NET. So we used to have a with keyword, but this with keyword is quite different. Like, for example, if I create a person variable, person object here, right? So I call it first person, okay? Now I come down here and I do second person, first person with last name is equal to, let's say, Abdurrahman Aftab. I will take his surname and Abdurrahman Aftab. So what I'm doing here is I am cloning the first person, taking all of its data and creating a second object, but giving it a different last name. So with expressions uses object initializer syntax to state what's different in new object from the old object. You can specify multiple properties in here the way I mentioned last name after. So okay, I'll show you a interesting fact down here. Now if I create a third object variable, come on boy, third person, and if I say I clone it from second person and give it a last name as Coker. So what happens in a ideal world, Abdurrahman, you know, that first person is in first object, second person is second object, third person is a third object, right? So normally these are reference types objects, right? So if I run an equality check on them, if it would have been a similar class, what would have happened? They would be recognized as a different objects. Am I right?
Yep.
Yeah. So using with keyword makes you apply a value type structure light functionality on these objects. And let me run a quick equality check on them and show you how they look like. I say equal third person and first person. That's what it says. It says it's true. All right. So here, third person and first person, I've run an equality check on them, and it is saying they are true. Why? Because their value is true. Values are same, right? Last name was Coker here. Last name was Coker here. When I made the value same, so it started recognizing those objects as a similar objects. Abdurrahman, is it making sense here?
Yeah, exactly. That makes sense because the properties are the same, so the object should be the same.
Yeah. So come on, let me run another equality check on them. Just let me know when my time runs out. I'll just stop there. I'm sorry, my computer is a little slow today.
You have 3 to 4 minutes. No problem.
All right. Okay. So I'll just try to message box dot show. I'll run a reference equals third person and first person dot toString, so that my message bot takes them, and when I run them, the Let's see what it says. So the first message box is true that we have already seen, and the second one says it is false. The reference equality check is false. So as far as their memory is concerned, if you want to really see how whether these objects are different or not, so it is telling you its reference equality is false. But again, it will also give you a behavior like a structure. When you equate their properties and values, it will start behaving like a same object. So that was it. That was a with object, and then we have that I've already covered. Okay, so one quick thing, let's see if it works here. That is a top level code. You know, we have been into this .NET world, and there's a lot of boilerplate code that is around us, and we have to find our spot into and where we have to go and start writing code. In the like a decade ago, when there used to be VB.NET and Visual C++, there was a lot of boilerplate code, and you definitely had to go down there and pinpoint where you want to write that code. So top level programs give you a functionality where you can just start typing in your top level code. Let me show you how it works. So if I remove names public form, your main form thing from here, and if you take off your, I'm not sure, I hope it works here, but it works definitely on the console application and on very basic applications. This will also go. All right. What if I start a absolutely new application? Give me 2-3 minutes, Abdurrahman. Let's show it quickly.
Okay, and then we have one question pending.
Okay. Just create it just like that. All right, so here we go. So for example, we have lots of code down here, but this is a boilerplate template that C# provides us. So if I just take it out, so my code will still work. Let's compile it and see. Bingo. See, there's nothing in here, and this just works. So the scary, complex boiler templates for the young kids who want to get into and start learning .NET, it's for them, and for the people who want to give a quick and dirty solution to something and test something very quickly, they can just come here and write a top level code. All right, Abdurrahman, I'm pretty much done here.
Okay, we do have a question here. Can we do inheritance in records?
Oh yeah, I missed that part. If you want me to Give me 2 minutes if you can. I mean, I don't know if you have time or not, but yes, we can definitely do inheritance, and it works the same way like other class inheritance.
Right. So one more thing I would like to add in here. So inheritance in record. So a record can inherit from a record. So if
A
you
record
inherit a class,
can.
yeah.
Please carry on.
So if you inherit from a class from a record, that might not work. So a record should inherit from a record, I believe.
A record should inherit from a record. Yes. I can just write a couple of lines of code here and show you how it works.
Yeah, sure.
It's just loading up for me.
Good question, by the way.
Oh yeah, that was a good question. For the sake of wrapping this up, I just went on and I missed that part. Okay, so that is a record person, and I quickly write public. Whoa, hang on. Where is my record? Yeah, this is my record, and I write like record Rahman that inherits person, and I say public string department. Yeah, so that is my favorite command, Control Shift B. I love it, and it gives me a lot of dopamine. So it works, yeah?
Yeah, awesome. So, I hope that answers the question. So we don't have any other questions for now. So up next, we will be having a 15 minutes break, and we'll be right back around 2 p.m. Pakistan time. So thank you for joining, and we'll see you at around 2.
Thank you.
Um, Hi everyone, welcome back again. We have Nabil Ilyas. He is Director Development and Trainings at Datum Security Services. Welcome Nabil Sab, and he'll be talking about architecting cloud native applications in Azure.
Okay, thank you very much, Abdurrahman. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Perfect.
Okay. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Nabil Alias, and I'm Director Development at Datamscare IT Services. So I have approximately 20 years of experience, and 10 years, out of which 10 years is in .NET development and 10 years in management. But I still love the developments and like to learn new technologies. So I always try to keep myself updated in development and programming. So today my topic is architecting cloud native application in Azure. Although it's a very vast field, I cannot cover each and everything in this area within 30 minutes, but I'll try to cover main areas in architecting cloud native application in Azure. So let's start. What are cloud native applications? These are small, independent, loosely coupled services. Small mean there will be a small portion of application. Loosely coupled mean that they have, they have a separate environment within their, repository or something like that. Provide consistent development means that you can update your application consistently and everything will be automated. Optimize for cloud scaling means that you can create multiple instances of that application and you can have an improved performance in your application. Resilient, manageable, and observable. Resilient means that it will have some kind of self-healing process, and they can be managed easily, and they can observable mean that they can have some charts or some stats where you can see your application health. Characteristic of cloud native application is that it may be some kind of container based infrastructure. It may have some container based infrastructure. It may build around the microservices. uh, it have it may have continuous integration and continuous development. We will discuss that later in these slides. So why do we go for cloud native application? We had some issues previously in monolithic application, like when we have to update any portion of our application, we have to upload a complete code on the server. While in microservices, you don't have to completely upload all the application. You can upload a certain portion where you need to update in your application. So you can have a continuous development and updation in your application without seeing any failure in your application. You can consider that we have an example of pets and cattles, which is a very famous term. Pets means that it's a physical machine given a meaningful name, and it's created for meaningful name, and you can scale by adding more resources to the same machine. When you have to scale that machine, you will have to add some more resources. If the server becomes sick or the server is down, you have to nurse it to uh, nurse it back to health. You should have server. If your server becomes unavailable, so you have to completely upgrade your servers. Cattle mean that there is a model which is totally different than pets. So if your everything will be automated, if your certain machine is down, so you'll not completely change your cattle farm, but you'll have to update your single machine. Pillars of cloud native applications are modern design. I'm going to discuss that about the modern design in later slides. We should have microservices. We should have containers. We should have backing services like some kind of file service or database services. We should have some automation, which is CI/CD kind of things. And again, we're gonna discuss in later slides. For the modern style design, there is a very famous and well-known terms which is called, it's widely accepted methodology for constructing a cloud-based application. It's called 12-factor application. It has it describes some set of principle and practices for the developer to construct an application optimized for modern cloud environment, and special attention is given to probability across the environment and declarative automation. So first of all, we have code base, which is a single code base. In each microservice have a single code base and its own repository, and it is it can be deployed to multiple environments. So you'll have a single code base for each microservices. So if one microservice is down, you just have to update that microservices. Same case with the dependencies. Each microservice have its own dependencies. It will not use the dependency of other microservices. So configuration should be it should be outside the microservices. It should be externalized. All the microservices will get configuration tools from outside their environment. Backing services like data stores like MS SQL Server, MS SQL, MySQL, or any other databases, or any file service, or any cache service, or message broker, that design should have these backup services as well. Build, release, and run means that they have a different environment: development, deployment, and staging environment. They should be should have same environment, and they should have a unique ID. Processes mean that every service is isolated within a single process. So it should not interfere with the other processes within the system. Port binding: every service will have a unique port. Concurrency: if the service is scaled up or scaled down, so it should be concurrent. Disposability means that if a service is disposed, so it should not affect the complete system. So it should have a provision to dispose itself. Prod parity means that the development environment and the production environment should be very much similar. Logging is very simple, that you should have a logging mechanism in your services. And admin processes mean that your service can be administered, should have some kind of charts, analytics, and should have some process of cleaning up data. Monolithic architecture. Monolithic is we have legacy project which are still running on monolithic architecture. It's kind of a build on a single unit, like we have a single application, and it has multiple modules within it, and we have a conventional 3 layers, like a database layer and an application layer and user interface, where they are working separately. So if we have any issue or bug in any section, in one section, for example, if our ordering system is not working, it has some bug, so we'll have to update a complete application. So it's a very hectic job, takes a lot of time. And scaling can be done by creating a different images of these applications. So you'll have to scale up a complete application rather than scaling up a single module. In other side, like in microservices, we have multiple small services. So these services can be, if we have an issue in any service, like the ordering system is down, so we just have to update the ordering rather than updating the complete system. So scaling is very easy. We can create a multiple instance of ordering, like we have a lot quite a lot request on ordering system, so we can scale it up, and we will not have to scale all other modules. So scaling is very easy. Cloud native system embrace microservices, a popular architecture style constructing modern applications. Each implements specific business capability within a larger domain context. Okay. Backing services, which is second pillar, backing services mean that we have some services that will run within the Azure system, and they can be stateless or stateful. So these backing services kind of like monitoring system. We do have a monitoring system in Azure. We have storage services like file services and other services like that, streaming services, document databases like Cosmo and MySQL and MSSQL, and relational databases like MSSQL, message brokers, and so on. We have these backing services which are not part of the microservices, but or part of microservice system, but we use them to facilitate these microservices. Okay, there will be some kind of automation where we'll have our code that can be pushed to a repo, and that repo will go through the CI/CD pipeline. It will build the code, it will integrate the code and test it. When the code is properly tested, its binaries will be created and they will be deployed on the server. So this is called the automation system. Azure provide a automation system through DevOps, so we can implement that from DevOps. Okay, for implementing the cloud native application, Azure provides the Azure Kubernetes services, which provide containerized environment for building, delivering, and scaling up container apps. You can implement containers based on application portable and scale up in an extensible way. So you can host your containers on Azure Kubernetes services, manage resources, allocate, and scaling. Remove the complexity of managing multiple containers across the multiple servers, and you can do the load balancing as well. And it has a self-healing procedure, like you can, if your application portion is down, so it will automatically replace by older version. So it's kind of a self-healing application. We also have a service fabrics which can be used against the Azure Kubernetes services. So Azure Kubernetes services are a containerized environment, but if you are working on a microservices architecture, so you can use the Azure service fabrics. What features does Azure Service Fabric provide? It provides the fast time to market, means that you can update your feature, or you can put some business values to your applications, and it is very reliable, scalable, and manageable. Service orchestration, like we will have Windows and a Linux containers. You can scale it up and down depending on their workloads and services. Choose your architecture, either it's a stateless or stateful microservices. So you can choose your architecture in Azure Service Fabrics. It has agility, or you can implement the CI/CD practices to accelerate your delivery. And you have IDE integration, means that you can quickly and easily build, test, debug, deploy your services, and upgrade your Service Fabric application very easily. And it can be run anywhere. You can deploy your same application on your public, hosted, and private clouds. So environment will be same for all of these. So we have Azure DevOps service, which has a different component, like Azure Boards. It provides the agile tools, like you can have a board where you can plan your tickets. You can track the performance or track your tickets, and you can discuss your work with your team. We have Azure Pipelines, which is a CI/CD pipeline. So you can build, test, and deploy your application by creating these Azure pipelines. Azure repos, like we have a Git repos to save our code. So Azure also Azure DevOps provides the Azure repos, where you can put your code in your private Git repos. Azure DevOps also provide Azure test plans, which are manual and exploratory test tools. You can create, host, and share your packages within your team via Azure artifacts. So communication pattern of microservices, like why I'm adding this slides, because my next topic is about the API gateway. So uh, we have multiple microservices. So, and on the left side you can see that I have a mobile application and a web application. So they usually when we are building up our microservices, so in normal architecture, these applications will directly communicate with the microservice 1, 2, 3, and 4. They might have multiple URLs for that. So we need a simple single place where all the services will be integrated, and there will be only one endpoint where all the application will go and request all the data. So we have API gateway, which provides the security, and it encapsulates all the microservices. Like, it shows that there is only one service, and it handles all the calls within the microservices. So we have Oslet Gateway. It can be used with the .NET Core projects. It has a following feature, like routing. It provides the authentication. It helps in authentication, and request aggregation helps in authorization. It has a feature of service discovery, load balancing, and caching. And it has you know correlation pass-throughs, and it provides the quality of services. Against this OSLAT, we have Azure API Management, which is a built-in system in Azure cloud. So it has a service restricted service access. You can restrict your APIs from the public, enforce the authentication. So you can easily uh, add an authentication process within your services. It can throttle from a single source. So mean, if you have to increase your calls within your API, so you can throttle them from a single source. It provides the caching. So you can apply caching on some services which has a lot of calls, so you can provide caching within Azure API management. It can block calls from a specific API's addresses. Like, if you see that someone trying to send multiple hits on your server, trying to hack or trying to do some DDoS attacks kind of thing, so you can block those calls or IP addresses from Azure API management. It has a control the flow of service, and its most important thing is that it can convert from your SOAP request to your REST, or any XML request to JSON. So it provides the internal mechanism to convert your call from SOAP or any XML to JSON. We have service bus. Let me go back to some screens. I forgot to talk about the service bus. So we have, if you see this diagram, we have an event bus on the right side. So all the services are sending messages to that event bus, and they are communicating via this event bus. So the purpose of event bus is that it keeps concurrency between your calls. So Azure provides Azure have a service bus which transfer business data from one service to another service. So service cannot communicate directly, so they communicate via event bus. It helps it decouples the application, improve the reliability and scalability of application and services. It also provides the load balancing of multiple calls consumed by multiple services. So it also provides the transaction mechanism as well within your application. and it has some message sessions to implement high-scale coordination of workflow. Azure Service have also supports many databases like Azure SQL, Azure MySQL, and MariaDB, and Postgres, and so on, CosmoDB as well. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nabil. That was a great session, and I believe we don't have any questions for you right now. So if we have any questions in the future, I'll keep you posted. Thanks for joining us in here.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. So up next, we have Ali Hasnan. He is a technical success manager at Data Security Services, and he is also a vice president for operations in Code Movement Pakistan. So welcome, Ali H. Over to you.
Reman, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You can go ahead.
Okay. Um, can you see my screen? Okay, I'm
Yes,
starting with
full screen.
my. Okay. My name is Ali Hasnan, and here's a bit of introduction about myself. I have about 10 plus years of IT industry experience, and right now I'm working as technical success manager, Datum Secure IT Services. I have done few certification as well, so let's move to the session then. Okay, GitHub plus Visual Studio.NET, a combination that has been making rounds for some time now. Last year, had a session on building CI/CD pipelines using Visual Studio and GitHub. I am assuming most of you have some experience using Git and GitHub, where Git is a tool that helps us manage code repos, and GitHub is a cloud-based hosting service that allows us to connect, upload, or download code repos. So let's see what this combination has on offer this time around. Okay, the topic for my session will be GitHub Codespaces plus Visual Studio.NET. Agenda of my session will be what are GitHub Codespaces, how do they work, creating code spaces, customizations for code spaces, types of customization, and div init tool. Okay, so what are GitHub Codespaces? As the name stands, code spaces mean a space where you can just start doing coding, hosted by GitHub. So GitHub code spaces provide cloud-hosted development environments for any activity, whether it's a long-term project or a short-term task like a pull request. You can connect to code spaces from Visual Studio Code, Visual Studio.NET, or even a browser-based editor that's accessible anywhere. Fully managed, fully managed on-demand development environments that dramatically reduce setup and maintenance, so you can just start being productive as soon as possible. Codespaces makes it easier for developers to onboard a new company or start contributing to an open source project. Project maintainers can configure a repository so that when you create a code space for repository, the project dependencies are included automatically. You can just start coding faster by reducing time spent on configuring your environment. It allows you to develop in the cloud instead of locally. Developers can contribute from anywhere on any machine, including tablets or Chromebooks, and there is no need to maintain local copies of intellectual property. What that means is we do not need our high-spec systems or laptops to do development. All we need is a good internet connection and at least a browser, and then just start doing development work. So it's literally like feel at home one away. Environment can be configured and your settings, themes, and Git identity are roamed so the experience looks and feel like local. In simple words, GitHub Codespaces provide you a virtual environment to do development through a window that can either be a Visual Studio Code, or even a browser. Each developer can create one or more code spaces for any public or private repo owned by their user account. So each code space is associated with a specific branch of repository. You can create more than one code space per repository or even per branch. However, each user account has 2 code space limit during beta version. So if you have reached your limit and want to create a new code space, you will first need to delete the existing code space. Then you can create your own, create your new code space. So what to expect with my code spaces? An environment is backend half of Visual Studio Codespaces. It's where all the compute associated with the software development happens, compiling, debugging, restoring, etc. So creating a code space prepares everything you need to complete a task, review a PR, or start a new project. Codespaces configures the runtime, compiler, debugger, editor, custom .file configuration, editor extensions, and the source code required to work on a project. So all these environment-based things are being done by Codespaces. So your time is saved instead of setting up that on your machines. Remote capable tools empower developers but usually add overhead of machine management. Environment configuration overcomplicates onboarding and context switching. Visual Studio Codespaces remove that barrier to rapid onboarding and context switching by enabling the simultaneous existence of many environments. Visual Studio Codespace focuses on managed solutions that allow you to focus on productivity over setup. In addition to the backend environments, Visual Studio Codespace supports these front-end editors: Visual Studio Code, Visual Studio Code-based editor in the browser. Linux environments are accessible from Visual Studio Code, and Windows environments are accessible from all 3 front-end editors. This array of editors option allows the developers to use their preferred tooling from anywhere. So why use GitHub Codespaces? They are fast to create and disposable. Like you can just connect to them, do the coding, and then just you can switch off, and all the resources will be released. Manage environments which reduce the overall maintenance for you. So you can fully configure your environments as per your liking. So as far as the pricing is concerned, you only pay for what you use with built-in auto spend. Right now, GitHub Codespaces are in beta version, so there are certain limitations as of now. During the beta, for best experience with Codespaces, Microsoft recommends using a Chromium-based browser like Google Chrome or Microsoft Edge. During the beta, private repositories owned by organizations or any repositories owned by organizations that require SAML single sign-on are not supported. Each code space you create is only available to you. No one else can work in your code space. For the best experience with Codespaces, we recommend using Chromium-based browser like Google Chrome or Microsoft Edge. Only a single size of Codespace is available right now with the beta version, and only Linux-based containers are supported. Codespace is not fully resumable. Processes that were running at the time the Codespace was stopped will not be restarted. Codespace is free to use during the beta. When the Codespace becomes generally available, you will be billed for the storage and compute usage. Uh, Here's a bit of pricing for the GitHub Codespaces. Like I mentioned, it's in beta version right now. So uh, right now only Linux-based instances are available. Like there is a basic, standard, and a premium one, and there is the per hour rate for each of these instance types. Compute costs are incurred only when a code space is active. When you are using a code space, the code space is active. After 30 minutes of inactivity, a code space becomes suspended automatically. So all your resources in use by the code space will be released. Compute usage is billed per hour at a rate that depends on your code space instance type. During the beta, CodeSpace offers a single Linux instance type, like I mentioned before. Compute pricing may vary from additional instance types and operating systems supported in the future. Each CodeSpace also incurs monthly storage costs until you delete the code spaces. Storage costs for all the instance types are $0.10 per GB per month. But in the beta version, all these things are free for now. Okay, as far as the demo is concerned, I did sign up for the beta version of GitHub Codespaces, but I'm still waiting on feedback from GitHub, so I was not able to complete that process. However, I will be going through all the steps needed to set up Codespace using Visual Studio. So how to use Codespace in a Visual Studio? Before using Visual Studio, you will need to download the latest Visual Studio 2019 preview. As this one, once you download it, you will see the Codespace option in it. You must create a Codespace in Visual Studio to use it with the application. Codespaces created outside of Visual Studio cannot currently be used in Visual Studio. So make sure you create your Codespace from Visual Studio to use it. Connecting to a GitHub Codespace with Visual Studio Preview is not enabled by default. So you will need to have to go to Visual Studio Preview and use the Tools drop-down menu and then click Options. Under the Environment section, select Preview feature and check the Connect to GitHub Codespaces Preview feature. Once you have checked this option, you will need to restart your Visual Studio to able to see Codespace connection option. So after restarting your Visual Studio, you can see on the right hand side under the get started, there is a connect to Codespace option. So this is the option that you will be using to connect to a Codespace. So just click on the connect to Codespace and you will get this screen. Here you will have to sign in with your existing GitHub account, or you can create a new one as well. So next, GitHub Codespaces. In this screen you can see different details about the Codespace. First, you will need to provide the URL for the repository you are going to use. This has to be a GitHub repo. So you can just go to GitHub and copy that repo URL and paste it over here. Other options are instance type. You can just let the default setting be selected, or you can choose for your own convenience what hardware you need for Codespaces. And as far as the suspend after option is concerned, this is basically a setting that lets Codespace know that after 2 hours of inactivity, you can just switch off the Codespace. It's either up to you to change these settings, or you can just let the default values go by. Okay, once you're done with the settings, you can just click the create and connect button. And that's it. You will be connected to your code repo from GitHub through the code space. And if you see at the very top, you will see the code space mentioned. Okay, so that is all you need to connect to a GitHub Codespace using Visual Studio. Then if you need to open an existing Codespace, you can just go to the file menu option. There will be an option to connect to a Codespace. You can just click it, and you will be shown a GitHub Codespaces option that you have used previously. Or you can connect to a new one as well, as per your liking. Then once you click the connect button, you are connected to your Codespace. That's it. Okay, so can we customize a Codespace? Let's see if we can do that or not. As main goal will be to be as productive as soon as possible. Your application is built and run on a remote compute environment, like I mentioned before. And Visual Studio will be the only window through which you can connect to that remote environment. Everything that needs to create that environment must be defined in a Git repo. I'll be coming to that in the next slide, how you can just add that settings to a code repo, and that can automatically be used by the Codespace. Today we are going to focus on Visual Studio and Windows customization. So defining your development environment is something that is very important. It's not just a magic that you just click the Codespace option and it will run automatically. No, it's not like that. Someone needs to define the development environment for that. Codespaces environments on both Visual Studio Codespaces and GitHub Codespaces are fully customizable on a per project basis and a per user basis. Once you create a Codespace, any changes to that specific Codespace are persisted while the Codespace instance is available on the GitHub Codespaces. You can clone additional repositories, install tools and application generators, and even add other development assets, and these modifications will be preserved even when the Codespace is suspended. However, if you delete a Codespace, any modification you have done will be gone. The real value of GitHub Codespaces comes when you create a unique, repeatable development environment in the cloud. By building a default GitHub Codespace instance, you can customize what is installed and configured when you create a new Codespace. So here are different types of customizations that GitHub Codespace offers. Like if you see right at the bottom, there is a base image. This can either be a Windows container on a Linux-based container. For the beta version, right now we only have Linux-based container. Then there is a file named as devcontainer.json file. We'll be looking into that file a bit later. and the components added via dev init or scripts. You can just instruct GitHub Codespaces to run dev init after a codespace is created by using the post create command property in a dev container.json file. I'll be coming with more details shortly on that. Okay, introducing dev init. Actually, this is a tool that helps us create development environments. You can basically, it's a set of commands that allows you to include or de-include any tools that you need to install before your code space works. So it's basically all about gluing together disparate tools to make it easy to define a development environment. A dev init JSON file defines the system-wide dependency that your application needs in order to run and build. System-wide dependencies are things like Node.js, SQL Server, IIS, Docker, etc. These are the sort of things you would normally install on your dev box that aren't installed by a specific repo. It's not a place to define application-specific dependency like you would do in package managers such as NuGet or npm. So dev init architecture. If you look at the right side of this screen, here is a set of commands that we usually add to dev init file. There is a run command, and you can mention the tool that you need to install. Like if you are going to if you are requiring a .NET Core development environment, then you can mention .NET Core here, and you can mention SQL Server and all other tools that you need to be installed before using the code space. It's basically a JSON file, and you can add set of commands to it, and each of the commands are executed in the order you add them. Once you are done with setting up your dev init.json file, that's it. That's all you need, and your development environment will be created. Okay. How do you use it? Okay, so the two files I mentioned earlier are dev init.json file and dev container.json file. Both of these files will need to be created at the root of your code repo. Okay, where dev container.json file is basically a file that will allow you to run the dev init.json commands, as well as any other uh, 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 requirement, like you need to update or add a SQL server, or you want to run apart from that. The basic thing that div container.json does is that it commands the code space to make sure that once code space is run, all the all the tools are installed as soon as the code space is executed. So each object in the run property is a div init tool to run identified by the unique name of the tool. You can pass different input variables to it as per your liking, which the tool requires. And the same tool can be called multiple times. If you just want to run div init file only, you can directly execute it with a single command. Whereas if you want to make sure that your code space executes div init.json file as soon as it's run, then you need to add it to the dev container.json file. Okay, so here's an example of div init.json file. You can also create a PowerShell script to execute multiple requests that will be through the dev container.json file. Okay,
sign up for Codespaces with Visual Studio. Here are the links you can from where you can download Visual Studio preview and start using Codespaces. Okay, that's it. I'm done with my session. If you guys have any question, you can ask.
Thank you so much, Ali, for the fruitful session around Codespaces and Visual Studio. I believe there is no further question for now. Uh, I would like to also mention one thing. GitHub Actions support is also available in Visual Studio.
Yeah,
So if you want to try that, it's already available with the current release of Visual Studio 16.8.
right.
And that's it for the session, I believe.
Thank you,
And
everyone.
thank you so much for joining, Ali.
Thank you.
So up next, we will be having a session around Entity Framework Core 5.0, the next generation for data access. We have Ihtisham Ahmed Siddiqui. He is the principal software architect at Zepcom. Uh, he will be talking around in a couple of minutes. So until then, sit back, relax, and have a breath. Okay, so we are back again. We have Ihtisham Ahmed Siddiqui. He is the principal software architect at Zepcom. He is talking directly from our Karachi chapter. So welcome, Ihtisham, and over to you. Can can you hear me? We are having trouble hearing you. Ihtisham, can you hear me? Seems like Ihtisham is having issues. He is trying to reconnect and will be right back in a couple of minutes. Can you hear me now, Ihtisham?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, it's much better. It's perfect now.
Oh, okay. Okay. So, Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, we can. Ihtisham, it's breaking up again. Can you just try and turn off your camera? Maybe that's uh, taking a lot of resources. Sham, can you try and speak again?
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Sham. Seems better now.
That's good. That's good. Okay. So let me introduce myself. I'm Sham Ahmed Siddiqui, and as a professional, I am a software engineer working in Zapcom as a position of principal software architect. I have a keen interest in developing applications, freelancing, and other consultancies to the organizations as well. So here, I'm very thankful to the code code movement in Pakistan, who allows me to speak over here, allows me to give me a platform to just share a few knowledges with you guys. So let's start with the entity framework and its new features as well. So let me sharing a screen with you guys. Can you guys hear me properly?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Let me just share. Okay. This is. So here we are talking about the Entity Framework Core 5.0, the latest version provided by the Microsoft. It is a cross-platform open source network. So, okay, next, yeah, we are. So now we are going to give a brief introduction about the EF core. That is about what is EF core. So EF core is basically a object relational mapper, which actually maps the data base query things or the data or the information from the SQL from the databases to object, which can be read and manipulate in the programming language like C# and others as well, which can be supported by the Microsoft EF4. Why we are using EF core? So since it is a cross after .NET Standard 2.0, we can actually use it as a cross-platform applications. Um, like we can use it in Linux, we can use it in Windows and other platform as well. in EF4 to 5.0, we can also, there is a support of Azure SQL Server as well, and Cosmos DB as well. The previous SQL Server and MySQL were already supported by the previous version of EF as well. Here is the link if you want to check it, guys. Let me share with you. Okay. Another feature of the EF core is which has already been introduced in EF as well. It is about LinkU, the language integrated query. So what is LinkU? LinkU is something helping hand-on through which a programmer or a software engineer can actually manipulate or call or update whatever filter the data sets within the programming language just by the using easy words. It cannot be supported by any other language yet. Then we have unit of work to track changes to handle concurrency. Yeah, in EF core we have something like unit of work that that keep the record of and track the changes around whatever the thing is. Yeah. Then there is a data binding friendly out. Okay.
Seems like it's somehow dropped off, or maybe it's internet connectivity. We are trying to contact him back. Just hold on a minute or so.
Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, we can hear you. It seems like your network
Sorry.
is.
Yeah, I'm sorry for the interruption. So let me start with the last thing they already and then is only for the EF so first thing and then
Itisham, can you hear me? Okay. I'm sorry, guys. Speaker seems to be having issues with his internet connectivity. Unfortunately, let me take over, and I'll show you some real cool stuff. So we've until now we've talked about microservices in .NET, also C#.9, and we've also talked about architecting .NET applications in Azure. Let me just quickly tell you if you want to learn more or if you want to go through them right into from GitHub. So just go to learn.microsoft.com, I believe it is. Uh, yeah, docs.microsoft.com/learn. So if you go in here, this is basically the free platform from where you can get started and uh, get yourself like we they have courses for beginner levels and also intermediate level and advanced level courses. So if you like search in here, for example, microservices. So you see they have a whole lot of modules available for microservices in Azure and ASP.NET Core, and they also have the certification tracks for microservices. And if you go into like github.com or just go in dot just not download dot 5. You can go and download .NET 5 from in here, and if you just go into the home page of it, you'll see there are a whole lot of options available that Microsoft supports for the .NET platform. So you can create web application, mobile application. We've talked about Xamarin in our keynote, and you can create your mobile application using Xamarin 5, and also you can create your desktop applications using .NET 5 as well, using WinForms and WPF. Also, you can create your Windows 10 based application for UWP and IoT based application on Azure. So Azure has a whole lot of support for microservices, and .NET is really welcoming to microservices in its latest architecture in .NET Core 3.1 and .NET 5. So if I go into, for example, microservices and IoT, so we can see we have multiple stuff in here. There is a whole book available. The tutorials are available for free, and you can also integrate Docker in your microservices. You can containerize your application based on uh, Dockers or Kubernetes, or and you can host them on your Kubernetes clusters on Azure or AWS or wherever you want to. So if I go into azure.microsoft.com, So for IoT, let's talk about IoT. So they have a whole lot of support for IoT in UWP applications as well, and also the support for Nano framework. And let me just quickly go in here. And also, if I go into cloud computing, you can see in Azure portal, just go into the products and go in. For example, I'll go with uh, DevOps. So DevOps, we talked about DevOps, and Azure DevOps supports every language targeting any platform, and you can host any of our, you can create CI/CD pipelines even for Azure functions. That is a headless application, and just like AWS has the Lambda, so you can also create pipelines for AWS Lambdas as well. You can integrate GitHub Actions into right into Azure. You can create Azure Kubernetes Service or Service Fabric, web apps for containers. You have the support for Azure Red Hat OpenShift as well. And then you have container registry, container instances. So a whole lot of support is available on Azure. Uh, and then we have, if I go into DevTools. So if you're on the Mac, so we talked about Visual Studio Codespaces. So if you're on the Mac, they have Visual Studio for Mac available. You can create .NET 5 application on Mac. So .NET Core, as you already know, is open source and cross-platform as well. So cross-platform means you can run your .NET applications on other platforms like Linux and Mac as well. So and also host your applications on Mac operating systems. So we talk about GitHub Codespaces. So as mentioned, GitHub Codespaces is currently in the preview. So they won't sign you up immediately for the early access, but they will put you in the wait list. But as soon as they approve, you can start using GitHub Codespaces. So what GitHub Codespaces is, just like if I open up the Visual Studio Code, let me show you. Um, okay, okay. I can close all these applications. So I believe you all are familiar with Visual Studio Code as well. So GitHub Codespaces is, you can say, it's a whole Visual Studio Code on the cloud platform. So they've created this and integrated it right into Visual Studio. And if I go in here and show you the Codespaces documentation. If I can get some picture for you, so you'll see, like, so basically what I mean is the whole Visual Studio Code is available on to the cloud, and it is integrated with GitHub. And the UI that you're already familiar with, it's exactly almost the same onto the cloud, and it will work like a charm. So if you go to the GitHub and open up any repository, for example, I go into the .NET Foundation repository, or I can jump back to my own and go into ASP.NET Core. And if you have code spaces available, you'll starting to see the link in here open with GitHub code spaces. So as soon as you click on GitHub code spaces, it will open your the existing repository into the new tab and bring up GitHub code spaces in front of you, and start and you can start writing your code and changing your repositories and modifying the code right into your browser. So this is one of the best example of GitHub best use case of GitHub Codespaces that you can use into your GitHub in your open source projects. So then we'll talk about, for example, web. So we also talk about Blazor. You might have familiar with Razor right now, but what Blazor does is, so Blazor, it's sort of a Razor on the client side. So it handles all your .NET code onto the client side, and it will show you the results right in your browser. So it works just like JavaScript, and it's very near to the JavaScript in terms of performances and in terms of reliability. So it generates the WebAssembly right into your browser from the DLLs that you generate from your code. And if I open up the Blazor project in here, as I showed you earlier, and just go into Blazor application, Blazor app 2, non-safe. So it will ask about what type you want to select for Blazor. So is it WebAssembly or is it serverless based? How server-based works is, so basically what it does is it generates a WebSocket connection into the backend. You don't have to configure it all the way. So it automatically generates a WebSocket connection. For example, in .NET, it generates a SignalR connection, and it communicates from front end to back end simultaneously from the backend connection, and then it communicates to your web application from uh, server to the client. And then if I open it up in here, and let me show you one more thing. So you see, you have files with extension Razor. So Razors mean these are the Razor files, or you can create your own components in Razor. Like they have the nav menu components. So nav menu components mean this is basically the Razor component for nav menu. And you see there is a C# code right into the bottom of the file that is using to toggle the nav menu for the Razor application. So if the nav menu is collapsed, so it will contract it, and if it is contracted, then it will expand it uh, right in your own browser. So you have on-click functions. You can click your C# function from your JavaScript on-click right within your HTML. You can match. Uh, you can use match phrases, and you can create your own components in here. And then you have the server prompt. So you can create your own parameters in here. For example, if you have a component and it expects a parameter from another component, so you call a component from another component, and it expects a parameter. So here you can define a parameter in here. So these are some of the cool stuff that you can use right now in your Blazor application. So I won't take much of the time. Let's move towards the next session. We have Mehreen Tahir. She is a most valuable professional for the code project, and she also holds various other titles, like she's a technical specialist at Content Labs as well. So I would like to welcome Mehreen. Mehreen, you are on.
Hi, Abdurrahman, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Okay, so I'll just share my screen and start. Okay. Hi, everyone. This is Mehreen Tahir, and I'll be talking about ML.NET in the real world today. What Abdurrahman missed is I'm also a PhD researcher at ML Labs for machine learning. Currently, I'm in my first year. I'm also an author and content specialist with contentlab.io, and I am an MVP with Code Project. So without further ado, let's start talking about what is machine learning. So if we are to talk about machine learning, we need to start first with artificial intelligence. Basically, artificial intelligence is just mimicking human behavior and intelligence. So it gives you a computer an ability to perform tasks which are associated with common intelligence. This could be reasoning, discovering patterns, generalization, or it could be learning from the past experience. And if you have been using social media, you would have seen those means machine learning or artificial intelligence is nothing but the self statement. So yes, artificial intelligence mostly has those nested if structures. And it is very difficult to scale if you have a very complex structure or you have a complex behavior to mimic. And that's where machine learning comes in. It's a subset of artificial intelligence, and what we do here is we get computers to predict without being explicitly programmed. What this means is we train a computer in a way that it learns patterns and then it tries to predict on the same pattern. Another subset of it is deep learning, which just to give you an introduction, we won't be talking much about this part, but this is a subset of ML. And what it does, it basically works as if the human brain works. So there are neural networks that we work in deep learning, and this is for more critical tasks. So when where part comes in, like image recognition and stuff, that's where mostly we use deep learning. Okay, so what machine learning landscape looks like. If you have been working with machine learning or artificial intelligence, you would mostly be working in Python. And it has a lot of frameworks and libraries right now. First and foremost comes scikit-learn, which is the main library we work in for machine learning and stuff. And then there's TensorFlow, which also allows you to work with deep learning models and stuff. There's PyTorch, and also there's Keras, which is basically an open source library and a framework. You can think of it as an interface because you can use various models, and it also provides you an interface to work with TensorFlow and other libraries. And of course, there's Honest. So what you can do is you can basically consume pre-trained model using Honest, and it allows you to switch from one framework to another framework. And then there's Microsoft. So at the very basic level, Microsoft offers Azure Cognitive Services. Azure Cognitive Services mostly work with pre-trained models. If you have used it, these are mostly already developed by Microsoft specialists, and you don't need much data scientist expertise here. You can just take it, consume it with a few lines of code, and it's good to go. And it pretty much covers most of the scenarios. So for image recognition, for I guess sentiment analysis as well, there is few for security, Q&A makers, and there are a lot of other Azure Cognitive Services that you can just consume. And it pretty much works with basic scenarios. But sometimes we need more complex things to work on. We need a little bit of customization. So that's where Azure Machine Learning comes in, which requires a little bit more expertise and your knowledge in machine learning. We can train our customized model here. We can retrain, we can consume another model. We can also download the models using Azure Machine Learning Studio. And then there's also WinML. So it's basically, this is also for consumption. So what you do is you take a pre-trained ONNX model and you can consume it using WinML. Then there's ML.NET, which we will be mainly focusing on in today's session. So what is ML.NET? ML.NET is an open source and cross-platform machine learning framework for .NET. Open source. So what cross-platform means is you even if you are a Mac user or a Windows user or Linux, you can pretty much use it anywhere, and it stresses on .NET developers. So you don't need to go to another library or learn another language just to get started with machine learning. You can do it here. Yeah, that's what we were pretty much talking about. That's Windows, Linux, Mac OS, and then also it runs anywhere where you can run .NET. So you can consume and train your models, whether on premises, in Azure, or in any other cloud services. So wherever you can run .NET, you can also run ML.NET. Like I said, it mostly stresses over .NET part. So ML.NET is for .NET developers. The reason behind this is, Microsoft has its own frameworks and libraries, and if you're working in machine learning, mostly you would have to switch. But now with .NET, ML.NET, you don't need to switch. You can just stay in the .NET environment and train your models. So if you're a C# developer or an F# developer, you can, just pretty much integrate ML into your .NET app. And also, you don't need to be a data scientist or a machine learning engineer. Even if you're a developer, you can just learn it with a little bit of effort. Yeah. And why just a little bit of effort? It's because of AutoML and the tooling that Microsoft is offering. So at the very basic level, there's ML.NET API, which is available as a NuGet package. So it would be available as Microsoft.ml, whether you're running in Jupyter Notebook, Visual Studio Code, or Visual Studio, it would be available. And then on top of it is AutoML.NET API, which we were talking about, AutoML. What is AutoML? What it does is it takes your scenario, and then you don't need to specify the algorithm here, because it would automatically detect the algorithm which would suit best to your scenario and gives you the highest performance. On top of that is Model Builder, which is at the moment just Visual Studio, and then ML.NET CLI, and this is basically all the tooling that is currently being used. And what can we do with this? So all the basic machine learning problems can be solved using ML.NET. So for classification, whether you're talking about an email is a spam or not a spam, or you want to classify some documents, or any other kind of classification problem can be solved using ML.NET. Then there's regression, whether it comes to house pricing or taxi fare. You might have heard of it. These are common scenarios. So you can predict the house pricing using different features and the fare for taxis using regression. And then there's also forecasting. This is mostly suitable for the business scenario. So what it does is it learns from your previous sales or previous all the trends that have been working, and it will try to forecast the trends that is coming up. Anomaly detection are all the scenarios where you want to run the outliers. Outliers is something which is not normal. There is one normal pattern in the data, and then there's something which doesn't seem normal. A value could be very skewed. That's what anomaly detection is all about. So using anomaly detection, we see if something is going on, if there's a peak or something. There's also image classification that can be done using ML.NET. So all the classic problem, whether it's a dog or a cat, bizarre human, those kind of image classification problems can be solved using ML.NET as well. There is ranking, clustering, recommendation, and also object detection as well. Okay, so where should you use ML.NET? For sure, if you're a .NET developer, you would want to stay in .NET ecosystem, and ML.NET would allow you to stay in ecosystem, but also work with the machine learning. And also, it's a higher level. I would say, like it just covers up all the low-level complexities of machine learning. So you don't need to start everything from scratch. You can just build on top of everything and work with it. Okay, so but it also allows you to train custom models as whatever suits your scenario. So either you can just take up a pre-trained model developed by Microsoft experts, or you can train your own models and consume it. Okay, so since this is ML.NET in real world, we are going to see a few scenarios where we are using ML.NET and talk about it. So first is sentiment analysis. What it does is, in this problem, we try to predict the sentiments of any statement or comment, if it's a positive or negative. It could be a tweet, it could be a Facebook post, it could be just comments over the broadcast or anything. So we can tell if it's a positive or a negative comment. Okay, so how it works is, let me pull it up actually. Yeah. So this is an example of IMDb review analysis. If you're a movie lover, you would be familiar with IMDb, and there are pretty much every movie has some reviews. So this model is being trained to tell if whatever the statement we will give it to we will feed it, if it will tell if it's a positive or a negative statement. So if I just show you guys how it's working. If I choose one, I'll just start training of the model. It'll take some time, and meanwhile we can just see that there is Microsoft.ml that we were talking about. It's built on top of it and works. Okay, okay, so it's successful. Where did my terminal go? Okay, sorry. So it'll take some time to train. Once it's done, it'll just let us know. Again, I'm not going into the very basic details of how we are doing it, because this session mainly focuses on the scenarios where it is being used. Meanwhile, if you guys have any questions, please feel free to shoot. Okay, there is a long.
No questions so far, Mehrin.
Sorry, I couldn't hear it.
No questions so far. You can continue.
So it depends on how much data you're feeding and your system, how long it'll take to train. System is pretty fun, but it is going to take some time. Once it's done, then we'll go ahead and test how good it did. You know, come on. I just hope it gets done. Okay. Usually it takes around 3 more minutes to train a reasonable model. So we're just gonna have to wait. I should warn the zone is what's going on. To have the other ones ready. Okay. So you can create either console applications, or you can also create web applications and integrate with the ASP.NET or other technologies that you would want to work in. There is no restriction by Microsoft. Okay, I guess we'll come back to it. Meanwhile, let's continue with the presentation. So the next scenario that we will be talking about is forecasting problem. Like I said previously, what it does is it'll learn from your past trends, and then it'll predict the future trends. And usually the businesses uses this kind of scenario. So whatever the time, it will perform a time series analysis and let you know all the trends that you can expect. For this, we have another demo. See if we have the output of this yet. No, we'll come back to it. I will just fetch the other one. Okay, so this is for the forecasting problem. Let's see how this will work. If it doesn't crash us, hopefully. I'm going to do at the time. Okay. Then reload it. Okay, so here it is. It's a previously created application, so it can only show you from your 2019 to 23. Sorry, I didn't get time to update it. So let's see, if we want to forecast trends for January, then it will get us some number. We can do forecast for any month, or what we can do is we can also get a chart. So this is how it will tell us this was the historic data, and then on the base of this graph, the businesses can check how they want to perceive if they need a sale, how they want to boost their I don't know, business, whatever. We can change this, the chart, it will be the same, and then this is pretty much how it works. So you get the numbers, and then you get the trend, however it's working. Okay, stop the application. Okay, so just a little trip back. Our model is now trained for the sentiment analysis, and I would like to test it enter review or throughput. So let's say it was an awesome movie. And see what it says, if it's positive or negative command. Yep, it was a positive review. Best. Let's see, yep. So I guess okay. And what another demo that I would like to show is for anomaly detection. Like I said, this is the scenarios where we want to detect the outliers. We want to check and identify the rare events, which are not normal. Observation which raise suspicions by differing significantly from the majority of the data. This is where we will see the outliers coming in. So for outliers, we have another demo. Just one second, I'll just put it. Yep, there it is. So what we're doing here is we just want this program to show us if there's a spike detected, if there's something irregular. So if I run this program, okay, here's the, that was quick. So here, whatever the, so we have fed it a sales data, and now we want to check if there's a spike. The spike could be positive, could be negative, and just like there is some value coming here, but then this 0.00 is significantly differing from the rest of the values, so it shows a spike detected. And then again, wherever there is a value 0.01 which is not regular, it will show us that this is a spike detected. Alert is on, predicted change point. And then, yep, so like I said, it could be positive, like a huge number, or a very low number, like 0, and it will show us both. What it helps us, so this can help us in different scenarios. Usually, bank can also use this kind of scenario to detect fraudulent. If your ATM card is being stolen and somebody is just taking out a lot of cash, this can also alert banks. Well, it's not that smart in Pakistan, but still, these are the scenarios where it can be used. Okay, so these were only the pet projects that I showed you. But if you go on the official keynote speech that is delivered by Microsoft people in .NET Conf. There are actually problems in the real world that are being solved, like on a major scale. What I mean by that is Microsoft itself is using ML.NET to what should I say? So there are various offices of Microsoft, and they have some processes running. So Microsoft is using ML.NET to efficiently check if their resources are being put into good use. Yeah, that's pretty much what I can say. And it's also working on IoT devices. I myself am working on edge analytics using ML.NET, which would be my PhD thesis. There are also sports companies and other companies which are using ML.NET on a production level to solve the problems. Yep, that's pretty much it. Thank you guys for joining. If you have any questions, 5 minutes for questions, I guess.
Okay, so I think we have one question. What's neural network?
What is a neural network? Okay. So if you're familiar with how brain works, there are basically I'm just thinking of how can I explain it in simple words. There's okay. Actually, neural networks, what you can say, are computing systems which are inspired by how our brain works. So there's this major part. The brain is just sitting in our skull, but there are neurons which are spread all over our body, which detects whatever the event is happening and transfer them to the brain, and then brain delivers however we are supposed to act in response to that. This is pretty much it. What we do is we feed our there are different layers that works in neural network. The data goes through those layers, and then the neural network itself filters it out and basically gives you a last inference, what you're supposed to do with it.
Right. So I don't think we have any more questions. Thanks so much, Mehreen, for joining in all the way from Germany. And we are
From Ireland.
sorry,
Sorry,
from Ireland.
from Ireland.
Okay, and we are honored to have you with us, and that was a great session. So thank you.
Thank you so much for having me. Question was good, but I don't know. I couldn't explain it
That's a very like abstract level question.
Yeah, like it's a very vague question or something. I don't know. I was expecting everyone would know.
Yeah, someone already answered by the way in the chat window, so no worries.
Okay,
Your answer
cool.
was also great. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much. See you around.
Thanks. See you around. Bye. So now we are moving towards the end of the conference, and we have a very special guest with us, Mr. Rahil Afzal. He is the CEO of Datamscare and also the co-founder of Code Movement Pakistan. So thank you so much for coming, sir, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Abdurrahman. Thank you very much for inviting me. and I have been following this conference since morning, and I think all the talks they were very well prepared, and every single presenter they presented so well, and the best thing is that we got one presenter from India as well, Mr. Neil, and he shared his thoughts. And I personally believe that if we both countries that are just one border away from each other, if we collaborate more, if we share more knowledge with each other, I think we can be the technology hub for the world, and we can do a lot better than what we are currently doing. And along with that, I am very thankful to the team code movement that includes Abdurrahman, Rahil Khokar, Nabil, Ali, Ata, and all those who worked really hard to organize this event, this wonderful event, and also all the presenters from Datum Square IT Services, Nabil, Ali, Ata, RK, and also I think Mahdeen. She just ended her talk. Thank you very much, everyone, for sharing your knowledge. That is the only way how can we grow our community. And again, it is a great success. We used to arrange these conferences on premises, but because of pandemic, we had to do this online. But this experience is very good. Everything is very well organized, and everyone enjoyed it and learned a lot. Thank you very much, Abdurrahman and rest of the team, for inviting me and for arranging this very successful event. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for joining on a very short notice. So, thank you all, everyone, for joining in for this .NET conference. And I would like to also thank you, Code Movement Pakistan and .NET Foundation specifically. If you want to follow up our next sessions, just go to the link codemovement.pk, and everything will be updated in there. So also we do have our own YouTube channel. Just search for Code Movement Pakistan on YouTube, and it will be displayed to you right in front of you. So thank you so much, guys, and have a great day.